And good morning. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, we have a good one today. We actually have a good one today. And I got my coffee on time. That's a good news. It's a good news. I asked the guys to put it together and let's have a good show today. Don't block Javier Hernandez. He doesn't bother me. He doesn't come in here to troll. I think he is a patriot Mexican who should go back to Mexico. If he doesn't like the United States of America, but other than that, he's not a troll that comes in here and starts cussing people out. So he's okay on my book, guys. You guys be a little bit lenient with Javier Hernandez. Don't worry, I will pull the trigger to make you guys happy and make sure that you guys get the satisfaction of getting rid of some libtards out of here. But Javier is okay. Javier doesn't bother me too much. It's all good. Let's say. By the way, Javier was the first one here. I think if I'm looking at the comments right, I think Javier was here first, and he was blocked by Robert. Let's see. Oh, liar, two coming your way. Never mind. You blocked him correctly. See, you guys should have left it out there because that's he's saying liar. He's not saying liar. I read it liar, but it's liar. This guy, it's okay, guys. Javier, this is why you get blocked, man. This is why people get blocked. Don't come over here and just start trolling that we're lying. You don't know that. You don't know that. Unc Andy in the house. Trolls made it here first. He is upset. Unc Andy is pissed off. The illegal immigrants made it here before him. Man, you're losing the spots over here. Robert, good morning, big bro. How are you? Good to see you on here. Donald, good to see you on here, my man. Donald said Javier will be the first to go to the corner when Dennis comes on. Yeah, well, I mean, Robert, it seems like he took care of that. But if he steps out of line, I will block him myself. I will send him to the corner. You got that right. Green Substance, good to see you on here. Don Mitch says that Iran got hammered last night, harder than usual. But you know what, Don? What I'm afraid of is that everything that this light makes me look like some sort of ghost storytelling. I think I need to put this light higher. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it maybe for tomorrow's live. Right now, it makes me look like I'm some sort of ghost telling stories. The lighting guy, it's this close from getting fired, man. He's like a twin brother to the sound guy. You know what I'm saying? Like this crew that I have, bro, is very skittish. But anyways, what I was going to say is that, man, I keep telling you guys, man, that China is not our friend, man. China is not our friend. And I am just afraid that we're going to have to go to war. Man, it's just, listen, I don't know how we can go about warning people. How can we go about telling people the truth without these morons thinking that we're being hateful? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can we continue to tell the truth directly without hurting somebody's feelings? It's beyond me. I just don't understand. I want to understand. How can I make sure that I don't hurt your feelings? It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Your feelings will be hurt because the truth has got to be told. And, China has been giving Iran help. I don't care what anybody says. China has been giving Iran help. And, I'll get more into detail with that as the show goes on. I do want to start off with a clip that, oh my gosh, this is, listen, I know some people appreciate it. I know that a lot of people benefit from it. But I'm going to show you this clip that will, just a few seconds of it. It tells you in a nutshell why socialist programs don't work, even if we need them. Somebody always spoils it for everybody else, and we will get to it. Let me get through this list of patriots that I have on here. My man in the house. Good to see you on here, man. Love all my rednecks on here. This is how I know this country's still safe. Having all the rednecks, all these American, crazy-ass American people, that's how I know this country still has a chance. All of them. I love you all, man. I appreciate you. Every single one of you crazy asses out there is unique. And the one thing that we have in common is that we love this country that we live in. And I appreciate you for that. Let's see who else we got down the line in here. Sergeant Zero. Man, I'm every day that I see you on here, I always worried about you. Just like my brother Robert. He's going through some difficulties as well. But I always play it tough as much as I can. You guys know I'm a softie, and I start crying and stuff when I start explaining my feelings or sharing all my feelings and emotions. But you guys are in my mind. I hope that you guys stay healthy and, stay strong. And thank you so much for your support in here. I appreciate you guys. Habanero, good morning. Hopefully you're not too spicy this morning. We got to be able to handle some people that are spicy. You know what I'm saying? Caesars, I says it as I sees it. Welcome. Says good morning to all patriots. Let's see. The bandit says pre-recorded. This is tape, aka he is a genius. That's so funny, bro. I do have a headache. Just it feels like I have a knife put right through the side of my face, but. It's okay. You guys have no idea how much pain I am in every day, but we push through. You won't even know that I'm in pain. Well, sometimes you do because I tell you, or maybe I do show it, but every single day, brother. Every single day. What else we have in here? Let's see. Sergeant says, in a way, Don, it would be kind of sad because we are already allies with Japan, so they will be in kind of a bad position. Well, guys, we have to put up with natural disasters. Japan's been hit by an earthquake not too long ago. And, there's always this, humanitarian needs and everything. But, I hope in the end, that all these allies that we have been helping don't back out on us, like the Philippines, is strategic. We're there strategically. The Philippines are safe because of us. And we have an advantage over bigger fish on that part of the world. Japan is also in a good location. South Korea, it's in a good location. I told you guys yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I started telling you guys that President Trump met with Zelensky and with Netanyahu. And the greatest thing, well, not the greatest, but the craziest thing about this is that Israel is such a small country. They have about 10 million, Jews in this small little country. But they dominate the whole Middle East. You know what I'm saying? In one way or another, they dominate the Middle East. And then Ukraine, it was thought that Russia was just going to squash them and get rid of them. And instead, they turn out to be kicking Russia's ass. And so we have the big bullies. We had the big bullies, China, Russia, and North Korea. See, the nuisance in the Middle East, Iran, and these terrorist proxies, the only reason why we don't kill them is because of all this politically correctness around the world. But we could annihilate them at any given time. And that's absolutely correct and true. But here's the thing. We have China and Russia. China, we have under check. We have under check China and Russia, but we'll just concentrate on China. Russia is being handled by Ukraine. The Middle East, Iran, and all of these terrorist proxies from Iran is being handled by Israel. And now the other Arab nations are also joining on this fight because they know that Iran is effing everything up. We have South Korea. against North Korea. Now, North Korea has nukes. China has nukes. Russia has nukes. You know what? We have nukes. Other nations have nukes. World War III is inevitable. And I know it is. It's just going to happen. Hopefully, it doesn't happen on our time. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, it doesn't happen in our time. I hope that we can postpone all this war and all this fighting for another couple hundred years at least. You know, and hopefully humanity by then will have learned much better lessons than we have. And those of us who haven't learned the lessons throughout history. But there's a lot of strategical things to think about. And, you know, libtards and the people that just join on them, on their side, they don't think beyond what they can get for themselves. These are very selfish people. They're very disrespectful. And what I mean by disrespectful is, you know, they come into somebody else's country. This is not stolen land. These lands have been fought over and over. California is no longer Mexico. Mexico wasn't even Mexico before the Spaniards came. The Aztecs didn't rule North America. The Comanches certainly didn't rule North America. The Incas in the South didn't rule South America. None of these native tribes ruled anything in America. There were constant fights, wars, attacks on each other, a lot of witchcraft, a lot of sacrificial rituals. It was a chaos in America. And the Spaniards conquered most of the land, which is how you got Mexico, all the way from North America down to South America, Panama. And then Mexico's been shrinking and shrinking to where they are today. What I'm saying is somebody came to our continent and they battled it out. Warriors fought against warriors. Settlers fought against the Indians. Indians fought against Indians and settlers. Europeans had slaves. Native Americans had slaves. Blacks had slaves. Africans had slaves. Everybody was fucking everybody up. They were just killing each other here in America. The fact is that now we have a country. We got borders. And we should protect those borders. We should respect the boundaries. The reason why Mexico allows Americans to go in there is because we're not going over there to take their money. We're giving them money. We're giving them business. More than they ever give us. That's why Americans have a free pass everywhere in the world, because everybody knows that everybody wants to live in the United States of America and not the other way around. You know what I'm saying? So now we have this country we call USA. We have this country called Mexico. We have this country called Canada. We got to respect the border. You know what happens if I don't have my passport? I can't go to Canada. You know what happens if I don't have my passport? If I'm undocumented, I can't go to Mexico. They just won't let me. They just won't let me. So we're not going to play stupid. We're going to tell it like it is. We're going to continue to spread the truth. Now, they call it hate and division. I call it righteousness and law and order. That's what I'm saying. So when the people come in here and they start calling me names, listen, that's just because they know I'm telling the truth. They're criminals, they're illegal, and that is exactly where they stand. But for the rest of you guys who come in here and enjoy the Dennis Herrera Show, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. We got to continue to tell the truth, bro. Listen, if you don't learn history, you are bound to repeat all the mistakes in history, and you will have forgotten how far we have come forth in civilization. We used to be savages. It is what it is. We used to be savages. The nature of sin is violence. As humans, we have this weakness that we have to deal with. But the fact is that what we have today has been fought, argued, bled for, and paid for. Period. So we don't want illegal Mexicans here. We don't want illegal Hondurans in here. We don't want illegal anybody. We want Mexican migrants who respect the law, who want to come in here and make something better of themselves legally, and that want to give something good to the United States of America. And I'm going to tell you something, and I'm witness of this, and you know this. Most Americans don't have the, Mexicans are thieves. No, most Americans know that Mexicans are hard workers. This is the generalization that most Americans have. Mexicans are hard workers. Nobody says Mexicans are cartels. Mexicans are drug dealers. Mexicans are rapists. Mexicans are this and no. Mexicans are hard workers. Of course they are. They're laborers. This is the kind of migrants that come in here. They come here legally. They come and make dollars. They don't come and build America. They come to work. And that, at the end of the day, builds America. But they don't build it. They come here for money. They come here for labor. Americans, business owners, people that are settlers, they're builders. They are the ones that build America. They're the ones that build any infrastructure in this country. It's funny when you hear that migrants say, "Oh, migrants, we have built this country." No, bitch, you got paid for your labor. The idea that all these illegal immigrants are supposed to be recognized as some sort of American builders. Right. The idea that all these illegal immigrants and all these migrants come and say, "Oh, America, it wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for Mexicans." Well, I guess Mexico wouldn't be what it is today without Mexicans. And Mexico's not doing so hot. I think it's funny when people do that. People come in here and they're disrespectful and they think that they can just come into this country and spit on Americans' people. That's just not who we are. There's a lot of migrants, and I said this yesterday on my overtime live. There's a lot of migrants over here that come to this country with the same mentality that I do. I'm going to come to this country, but I'm going to respect it. I'm going to love it, and I'm not going to be a burden to this country. I worked 2-3 jobs most of my life in this country. I've been in this country for 4 decades almost. That's what you do. You don't bitch and complain about the government. If I want to bitch and complain about the government, now I'm talking about like the whole government. Right now it's Democrats that are shitting all over this country. But if I was to complain about everything, you know what, the United States of America sucks. Fuck it, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. This is why I think it's so funny when people say, "Oh my God, if President Trump wins the election again, I'm moving to something." They're still here. Look at that fat pig. What's the name? Rosie O'Donnell, right? She's miserable. She's miserable because she left this country and she still can't get over the TDS. Hey, I says it as I says it. That's all I'm doing. That's all I am doing. That's all I'm doing. So anyways, if you're a migrant, man, respect the United States of America. Love it. You know why? Because then your children will learn to love it and they will fight for it to defend it from any terrorists or any evil doers that want to come to this country to destroy it and cause it harm. You got to become a patriot. I don't have a cure for stupid. So if you're stupid, it is what it is. But you can become a patriot. And who knows? Maybe this will rehabilitate you. If you have been a libtard for a very long time, as many have, they are now patriots. And they understand that their feelings is not the most important thing in their life. And they go with it. With that being said, we'll go ahead and go around these things all throughout the day. You know how I do my show. If you have been here with me, hey, you know how it works. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to go ahead and go through some news clips, trying to get updated on everything that's going on. But I want to show you a clip of very ungrateful people. Now, There's always good people out there that are trying to do something to help the community, to help society. And, and they do these things that you and I haven't done yet. Now, this is something that we will do in the future as the membership grows, as the channel grows, as the income comes in. We will have such socialist programs as this. I call them humanitarian programs, not socialism. But just so that libtards understand what it is. We want to feed. They're hungry. I don't care if they're homeless. I don't care what it is. You can be a visitor going through a park. You get fed. I just want to be able to feed people, regardless. With that being said, Brian, what's up? I see you, brother. Thank you for being patient. Dirty Money in the house. Love having you here, my man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Now, check out this video, guys. This is crazy. Now, you guys may have seen this guy. He goes around and he goes and feeds the homeless and in the community. But check this out. This guy has a bunch of burgers, okay? He's got a bunch of burgers that he's feeding the community with. And watch what happens with this part of the program. Check this out.
I want 10. You want 10? Nah, we're trying to spread it out as much as we can. We're going to probably go hit a bunch of communities today and feed a lot of hungry people. Of course. Here you go. God bless you. Bro, we're going to start passing out food. Just relax. It's all good.
Wait.
Bro, we're going to start passing out the food as fast as you get to the line, man. I'm about to start serving food. Hey, if you want, I'll just go to a different community, man. Because I'll just go to a different community.
He's doing this out of kind of resort, bro. Like, for real? You don't have to do this. You don't know. Okay, then why you complaining? Because it doesn't matter, bro.
That's how you feel? Tell you what, let me.
No, man.
Get out my face. Get out my face. Get the out of my face, man. Okay.
If you want to see what happens.
That's what we're dealing with in this world. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's like that, but these are the things that happen. You want to help people, but you got to be able to tell them, how to behave. You can't just go and feed people. You can't just go and drop the ball on them and just see how they figure it out. No, you got to give them advice. You got to deliver a message. You got to give them a message of love. You got to be able to tell them, hey, listen, we're here for you. We're praying for you. We're hoping that you catch a break. And we're hoping that you get back on your feet. We're hoping that this and that. You can't just go and feed people like they're just animals. You just can't do that. Humanity needs a touch. Humanity needs talk. Humanity needs somebody that will help them, encourage them to try to get out of that mentality. It's not easy, I know, but you can't just go out there like this guy. Yeah, a lot of people, most people will appreciate it, but then you have those who are enabled to continue to stay homeless, to continue to stay begging. A lot of libtards, right? They come into my show and they're like, oh, look at this grifter. He's still begging for money. Bitch, this is a job. You think it's that easy? You go fucking do it. You don't know what it takes. You don't know. Please, you don't know what it takes. I can sit here for 6, 7, 8, 10 hours sometimes. And I can do this. It is entertainment. It is work. And yes, we do talk about real issues. But these people are not doing anything. It's sad to see that there is a lot of people out there willing to help. But unfortunately, they just think as if I can give them some food, I'm helping. No, you're not. You're not helping unless you're giving them love. Unless you're giving them a message. Maybe a sign. Maybe a big sign. Jesus loves you. God loves you. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's a message out there. It's not over yet. Fight. Continue moving on. You know what I'm saying? Like, fight. And just continue to do that. Like, you can't just give food and here you go, animals. Hey, get. You can't do that shit. They're humans. Now, what I do like about this guy is hey, how are you? How you doing? Yeah, we love doing this. We want 2 or 3 burgers. 2 or 3 burgers. That they're giving him food. He's being very polite with them. but they're not delivering a message to get them out of that homeless mentality. It is a mindset, as somebody said in here. It is a mindset that we have to change, okay? We have to change. Now, I just want to share something that I was looking into. You know how I treat you guys like my friends and my family. I have this right here. Now I know that some of you guys don't care about, you know, some of the stuff that I share with you guys here, but I'm gonna share this, guys. I'm gonna share this with you. I want to buy this outfit right here. I want to buy this outfit. Okay. This is the George Washington outfit. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a fan of the capri pants with the leggings, but I love that jacket, bro. That coat is phenomenal. That vest, phenomenal. I don't know what the hell they were thinking about the hats back then. That hat is so wrong in so many ways. It doesn't give you shade from the sun. It takes a lot of wind. There is no protection in the back for your neck. I don't know what the hell they were thinking about back in the days, but nonetheless, it still looks pretty cool. Look at that. That's the jacket. Just the jacket. The jacket and the chest piece. Beautiful. Look at that back. Man, you know what I'm saying? That's a badass outfit, bro. Badass outfit. Man. I wish I can get it. I'm going to tell you that right now. If you are wondering how much this is, all right, let me see. Let me go ahead and get the pricing for you. If you want to have the whole outfit, now for some of you guys, this is chump change. Chump change. If you want the complete set with the hat and everything, you're looking about $683. Is that right? Let me see. No. I read that wrong. $650 for the whole outfit. I'm not advertising for them, obviously, but if they send me a free outfit, I will advertise them straight up for a whole month. Every single time that I'm live, I will advertise for them. Somebody, get in touch. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into the nitty-gritty and start going through our videos of information. First of all, let's go ahead. I know you Americans love to hear the truth. Some libtards, they don't want to. They don't want to hear it. They're just like, Mommy, I know I'm sick. I don't want the medicine. Oh, Valk. Mr. Carter, let me tell you something. $650 is nothing. I paid $695 for my coat. Yeah, just a coat. Obviously, it's not, it's not that kind of coat. It's an actual, dress coat. And that to me is, $695 for a nice, beautiful, long pika coat. It's expensive, but it's so warm. It protects you from the wind. It's not meant for just cold weather. It's meant for cold, windy weather. Most likely you will see these kind of coats in New Yorkers. That's the businessman coats all the way down to my ankles. And it's got the Navy. I think what is it called? What do you guys call that? Somebody's on the Navy. You guys know what these coats are called. I had the name of it. I forgot. I even put the native buttons on it. There's a name for this jacket. Somebody that is in the Navy, you guys can probably tell me what this. They're thick. They're like a suit. They're thick jackets all the way down to your ankles almost. Something's called peacock something. I don't know what the hell it's called, but I know is the Navies are most likely have them. It's not a trench coat. A peacoat? Is that what it is? Yeah, I'll probably grab it and show you guys in a little bit here. But let's go ahead and get our first clip here. This is, of course, you guys know that I love watching Fox News. I'm telling you, man, I should come in the panel on Fox News channel. I should be on the panel with Fox News had this Honduran cowboy, as the libtards call me, come on the show and share some sense, share some common sense from a migrant perspective. You know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying. You guys know what I'm saying. All right, let me set this up. I'm going to try to grab my jacket so that you guys can actually see it. I know it's not a big deal to most of you guys, but since I'm the one saying it, I want to share it. Okay? All right. Okay. All right, here we go.
Radicals who spent years denigrating Trump's America First policies now suddenly claim that they are the real champions of the America First movement. Oh, okay. Case in point, the socialist who won't admit he's a socialist. Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed telling Axios, "I'm the most America First candidate in the country," proudly. Really? So does America First mean getting rid of the people who are actually protecting America?
ICE cannot be reformed. ICE cannot be retrained. ICE has to be abolished.
Does America First mean comparing our allies to terrorists?
You said the Israeli government is evil. Do you think they're just as evil as Hamas?
Yes, killing tens of thousands of people makes you pretty damn evil. It's not how evil is this one versus that one. Hamas, evil. Israeli government, evil. We could say both.
Does America First mean wrecking our healthcare system by turning it over to the federal government to run?
Guarantee every single American health care through Medicare for all. I think it is high past time that the billionaires get taxed on their wealth.
Here to discuss is Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Stephen, I want to get your thoughts on Fauci in a moment as well. But so suddenly now they're wrapping themselves in the America First blanket, saying they're actually taking the most interest right now in the American people, their needs, while you guys are all running off to take care of Iran's needs.
So, Laura, this is the same party, the same movement, the same group of people who allowed and perpetuated and authorized the mass invasion of the United States by foreigners with no right to be here from the worst places in the third world to take our jobs, our communities, our country, our safety, our future. This is the same extremist movement that has dismantled our nation's police departments during the Biden era, setting free criminals who are hardened predators to rape, maim, murder innocent Americans. These are the same exact people who've lent aid and comfort to Antifa, to the global terrorism movement, to foreign drug cartels, and yes, to the Iranian regime that is responsible for the murder of countless American soldiers serving overseas. At every single turn, the radical left Democrat Party, now run by socialists and communists, has sided with America's adversaries, with foreigners, with illegal aliens, and with criminals over law-abiding American citizens.
Well, taking the brand is clearly a sign that they're at sea, and they know that the America First idea is popular, and that's what people want. So they're trying to kind of rebrand themselves into that. At the same time, they want to elevate illegals and their patriotic spirit, Stephen, over that of native-born Americans. Check this out.
So many of the detainees that I have met, whether I was in Louisiana or Texas or in Massachusetts, they are some of the greatest patriots you will ever meet. They love this country, and they have been making positive contributions to it every day. We have to abolish ICE.
Stephen, they're the true American patriots. They're better than you. They're smarter than you. They're more honor roll students than you're ever going to have. These are the true American, the real renegades for the American experience.
And yet somehow, Laura, they cannot enrich their own countries. They cannot enrich Haiti. They cannot enrich Somalia. They cannot enrich the failed states in Latin America or in Africa or in parts of the Middle East. Somehow, these migrants are not able to make any of their own countries work. And we're told, in fact, their own countries are so unsafe they cannot live there. But no one can ever explain why their countries are failed, why they're so supposedly or actually unsafe, why it is that it doesn't work. Laura, if you allow unlimited migration from the third world to the United States, all that happens is you turn America into the same third world country from which these migrants came.
Now, Stephen, I want to move on to the news of the day, which was Anthony Fauci's repeated taking of the Fifth Amendment, pleading the Fifth instead of answering basic questions about his handling of COVID, gain-of-function research, et cetera. Given what we know now, that we've known his private diaries, his diaries aren't private, they're written on government computers, so forth. Does the president, in your mind, have any regrets about having put him center stage for as long as he did in the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, I think it's quite the opposite, Laura. If you remember in 2020, it was President Trump, sometimes alone, sometimes single-handedly, who was fighting the corrupt and broken healthcare establishment. President Trump was the one who questioned the origins of COVID. President Trump is the one who questioned the need for requiring every single American to be tested over and over and over again. He's the one who questioned whether we should require children and healthy adults to be subject to restrictions for an illness that primarily targets the elderly and the sick.
Yeah, but Stephen, Fauci was all over the place on television. Yeah,
but the fights,
yes.
Remember,
but he
Laura,
went out
it's
there.
too easy to rewrite the history of this period. I was there, Laura. I have to be very clear on this point. President Trump saved America from a Great Depression by fighting against those who wanted to shut down the schools and shut down our way of life. He fought to reopen the government. And if you remember, the Biden campaign in 2020 spent hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing President Trump for fighting to keep America open at every single step. Every day the news cycle was the so-called healthcare establishment attacking President Trump for questioning the experts. And President Trump at the same time moved heaven and earth, because there were people who did have pre-existing conditions, they had comorbidities, who did need help. He moved heaven and earth to get our hospitals the equipment and materials they need, which is why we had a vastly lower death rate than all the other developed nations of the world. So I salute President Trump for what he achieved, and I'm glad that America got to see in the hearing today exactly why President Trump fought the healthcare establishment the way that he did, and why today Bobby Kennedy is the Secretary of Health, because President Trump has always put families and patients before the so-called healthcare government experts who oftentimes have an agenda of their own.
Stephen, it's always great to see you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be
sure to like and subscribe.
That is all we've been saying. That's all we've been saying. Now, I'm going to tell you, this is what real American candidates should look like every time that we want to vote for somebody in office. I want to show you guys the code that I'm talking about, so maybe you guys can recognize it. But it's like, it's very long. This is what you wear on top of your suit. So it's a very long coat. They have some that go down to around your knees. This one goes all the way down to your ankles. Now, this is an extra long. I'm only 6'1", but this coat doesn't quite hit the floor. It's just like maybe 6 inches from the ground. And it's very good to stop very, very cold wind. It does keep you warm, so I can see why they would use them, in the Navy and stuff. So I'm sure that it's not exactly like it, because this is more to be of a dress-up suit coat. But it's very thick and it's very warm. I can only wear this when it's really cold and windy. So I appreciate it when the time comes so that I can actually wear it. Now, what's crazy with this, guys, going back here to the to what these libtards are doing, it's, they always tell us that we're lying. They want answers, they say, and they think that we're crazy and we're hateful and divisive and this and that. But, at the end of the day, there's some Americans out there that they really don't do anything for this country. There really is. There's a lot of Americans out there that don't do anything for this country. Those are the ones that have no problems with illegal immigrants being here. It just happens to be Democrats. I don't understand. I don't understand. But it just seems like they're always on the Democratic side. And nobody's talking about Christian, you anti-doofus. This guy's an idiot. Nobody's talking about Christians right now. Shut the hell up. Wait your turn. Wait till daddy stops talking so that you can say something, okay? Have some respect. You like that, didn't you? All right. But the fact is that we should want some candidates that are going to do what they're supposed to do for the American people. That's how it's supposed to work. We have elections every so often years so that we can change those who are incompetent. And if they are competent, well, we keep them in office. We'll get to vote again. But this whole propaganda that they start feeding the homeless only when they're campaigning, what the hell is that about? You see, that's one of the things that I told you guys. If the goal here is, okay, let's get to 100,000 subscribers. Let's see if I can hit 1,000 members. And then we're going to go ahead and start collecting some funds so that we can go and feed the homeless, so that we can go and get up, some clothes, and feed the families that need some clothing, and some food. And, we can help. We can do this humanitarian work here in our country. We don't have to go all the way to Africa to do that. We have a lot of people here that we can help. But you got to be with me. You have to get rid of illegal immigrants. If you're a Democrat, if you are an American that really believes that you will benefit from having a universal health care, you got to get rid of illegal immigrants. The reason why I'm telling you is this. They can always apply to come back. We allowed about 1 million people every year, about 1 million people. Out of those, about 650 to 700,000 of them get green cards and are put on the road to citizenship. But they have to earn it. You can't just give it away. Citizenship is not something that you can just throw in the garbage and recycle it. It is a precious gift. It is a great privilege. It's a great honor. It's not just some food stamp that you throw out there to see if somebody catches it. No. People have to earn it. And I am a big believer of that. Man, 35 years, bro. 35 years for me to become an American citizen. Tell me, wouldn't you appreciate somebody that does that? Doesn't that prove you that I love this country? Doesn't that prove to you that I respect the wishes of the American people? I'm just saying. I was raised by my mother to appreciate everything that we get in life. As a matter of fact, part of my prayers goes like this. Father, I want to thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for Jesus Christ. Thank you for sending your only begotten Son. Thank you for all the blessings. Thank you for all the good times. And thank you for the bad times. Thank you for the bad days. Thank you for the bad experience. Thank you for the sufferings. Thank you for the things that made me who I am today. You didn't think about that when you pray, do you? I know a lot of people do. A lot of people. Job lost his whole family. Sick. Lost his whole wealth. Never curse God for his pain. And God blessed him. God blessed them greatly for everything he lost. That's who we are. So I'm not here preaching to you that I'm this great Christian. I'm not. I'm not the Christian that you want me to be. That's for sure. I am not the Christian you want me to be. I am the Christian that's going to kick everybody's ass if they step out of line. You know what I'm saying? I need people like man on my team. People that can kick some ass. I give people a choice. We can sit here, we can talk about it. If you want to get your ass kicked, you will get what you deserve. But as my good friend Tom Cruise said on the movie Jack Reacher, when he took out a bunch of guys from the bar that wanted to kick his ass, right before he starts the fight, he said, wait. Remember, you wanted this. And then he kicked the shit out of them. That's the way. That's exactly how I feel. That's how it works. Yeah, you're right. No, you're not right. I know how to kick ass. What you're probably right about is, when arthritis kicks in, it is a pain. What I was very nice about it is that my triggering finger, my hand, where I use my gun on, that works perfect. That is still, I can still pull the trigger and hold the gun good enough. As a matter of fact, I can probably strap it onto my hand so it doesn't fall. But I can still pull that trigger. I'm a very good shooter. I'll tell you that right now. Woo-wee! This is why I love the Clint Eastwood movies. It is fantastic. Oh, watch out, watch out. Let's see, what is this? Taylor says, I got good karma healing my way, showing me the path. Refrain from using God's wrath to handle your political debates, by the way. Number one, God's wrath, that's not for me to infringe upon you. That's God's work. I don't do that. I don't do that. That's any type of punishment or wrath, it comes from God. It comes from him himself. It will not come from me. You get to hear the truth, and I will cuss the mess out of you. But that's about as far as we go. Now, with that being said, my patriots and Americans that have common sense, they will tell you, I don't have to cuss you out. They will go ahead and freely and happily tell you how they feel about your garbage talk. Now, here is what a real American candidate looks like. Now, for all you libtards out there, the first thing you're going to see is color. That's not what I'm talking about. Listen to this man. And I think I respect him even more because for one, I love the way Ron DeSantis has fought against the corruption of the Democratic Party. When they were far left, he stood up against them. During COVID, Florida was one of those states that said, no, we're not shutting down. We're going to stay open. We're going to open up fast. Keep it going. Florida has been very American. Let me tell you that right now. Florida has been very Americans, and communists are trying to do their darnest to infiltrate it because Florida is standing in the way of communists destroying America. And I'm going to tell you, Byron Donalds, this man, I just can't wait for him to be governor. Listen to what he says. This is what real Americans are like. Not the garbage of the Muslim mayor who pretends that American patriots are illegal. No. American citizens are the only patriots in this country. Period. Everybody else, yeah, they're helping, but they're not the patriots of this country. American citizens should be priority, not the population of Florida. No, American citizens in Florida. All the tourists, all the illegal immigrants, they gotta go. They cannot stay here. With that being said, check them out.
If you win and you are the next governor of Florida, how your administration will be different than Governor DeSantis's? Or will you continue the same policies?
Maria, it's about building upon the success of Governor Ron DeSantis. Florida is #1 in America. We're not changing course from that. We want to continue to be #1 in America. It starts with law and order, making sure people are safe. When it comes to affordability, we want to reform the regulatory side of our insurance markets to push costs down, reform permitting in our state, find all the ways to make housing more affordable. Obviously, our property tax amendment is in front of voters this November. I support that amendment because we need to make sure that people can keep as much money in their pocket so they can continue to afford the Florida dream.
And that was Florida Congressman Byron Donalds with me here yesterday as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' 2-term tenure is coming to an end and the race to replace him is heating up. Byron Donalds talked about his campaign with me yesterday. Joining me now is Florida's Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. He is also in the running for the GOP gubernatorial nomination. Great to see you, Lieutenant Governor. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good to be on, Maria. Thanks for having me.
And we heard from Byron Donalds yesterday. As you know, President Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds. You have been in the role now and have seen what it takes behind Ron DeSantis. How are you feeling about your campaign?
Look, it's been incredible. We're out there across the state, 67 counties, bouncing around, talking to people every single day. It isn't about the lobby corps. It isn't about the donations. It's about the people and the voice. And I'll tell you what, we have closed the gap. We are sitting over 30% right now, closing the gap with Byron Donalds. This is a real race. The primary is not over, and we're in this thing to win it. I don't have to talk about leading the state. I do lead the state, right beside the greatest governor in our state's history, Ron DeSantis.
Well, tell us about the policy that you think should be ongoing and what you would change should you become the governor.
Well, look, first and foremost, it comes down to moral compass and your capability to lead in hard times. Remember, Ron DeSantis wasn't America's governor until COVID happened, and he stepped in and protected our state and our nation in that breach. You got to be prepared, so you got to know how to lead in hard times. My entire life has been built upon that as a 23-year retired Green Beret. And I'll tell you what, our economy, our education, we're growing in so many areas. We've got to keep that momentum. But I'll tell you the one space that I do know different in a different way than many is defense. As a Green Beret, I fully understand the risks and threats around the world. We got to make sure we give our men and women in law enforcement the time, the tools, and the training necessary to complete their mission and get back home to their families. There are grave threats, and we got to protect them and make sure they have those tools right now.
Absolutely. And we just spoke with the CEO of Lockheed Martin, who walked us through those threats. You're also talking about a population that is growing and growing. Miami has overtaken New York City and California's Bay Area as America's hottest $30 million home market. What are you seeing in terms of transitions, people leaving high tax states and coming to Florida? Is there pressure from those people to turn the state purple?
No, I don't know that there's pressure. We see a lot of political refugees right now, people who are fleeing the nonsense of Mamdani, California, Oregon, Washington State. They come here because they want economic freedom. They want opportunity. They want a chance to live their American dream right here in Florida. All we ask is don't New York or Florida, first off. Second, we got to keep that up. That means we got to build an economy that works for everybody, safety in the community like we talked about, but we have to have an education system that prepares people to be in the workforce and do incredible things, as you just talked about in many regards.
Yeah. And of course, insurance for folks has become a real issue. What's your take on the insurance market right now and what you want voters to understand about how you'll affect change?
Well, I'm very practical in how we do this. Our tort reform package worked 4 years ago. We got to hold the line on that. Secondary, programs like My Safe Florida Home, My Safe Florida Condo show an $800 to $1,200 decrease in terms of premiums. We have to do more in terms of insurance clarity and transparency. So the price you're quoted is the price you actually get. We also need to make sure that fraud, we have strong laws, but we see fraud still as a major issue. We got to make sure we hold those people accountable and keep that cost from going on to the people. But what I will tell you is right now we have over 17 insurance companies back in the state. At our worst, right before I got elected, we had one insurance company. Rates are falling at zero. They're dropping in homes. Our auto rates are coming down. We're doing a better job. We're doing a good job, but we have to do more to keep drawing those rates down, because it ultimately comes down to affordability, Maria, making sure that we can afford the American dream, and so can our people.
That's right. And Governor DeSantis has talked about a major property tax reform that he'd like to see. What specific changes would you make should homeowners expect, and when would you make those changes?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. We have a referendum up. It's in November. People can vote for this. In 27, it's 150K. In 28, it's 250K. That's the first 150 of your home's value that will be tax exempt for homestead. And then in 28, it would be 250. I believe we can do more. I would love to see the eradication of homestead property tax here in the state of Florida.
Yeah.
So when you pay off your home, you own it free and clear of the government. That means we have to have some protections put in place. I would love to see the trust fund brought back in the back end of our package. And that's to protect our 29 fiscally constrained counties. Not for a long-term subsidy, a short-term reset to get their tax rolls moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and we were just talking all morning about Anthony Fauci And I want to get your take on that because he was back in the hot seat yesterday, but he would not answer any questions. He took the fifth, 111 times, the Fifth Amendment in a Senate Homeland Security Committee hearing, and it follows the release of his diary, where he had some choice words for Governor DeSantis in that diary, who was trying to return Florida back to normal from all the pandemic restrictions. Fauci writes this: he is a Trumper and a real problem. Screw people dying, save the economy. Lieutenant Governor, you were in your role when COVID was going on. Your thoughts on Dr. Fauci's characterization of Governor DeSantis and the state's response to COVID?
Well, look, Fauci intentionally misled the American people. He's pleading the fifth because he has something to hide. The simple fact is this: there was one state that stepped up and led, that did the right thing, and our economy showed that. People have been flocking here, 800 to 1,200 people per day since COVID. Why? Because we have the greatest governor in our state's history in Ron DeSantis. He stepped into the breach, protected our state, and protected our nation. Furthermore, the Fauci, look, we know he hurt families. He certainly hurt our children. He destroyed middle income and small businesses. The Fauci ouchie is going on for generations, and it's time that we have accountability. The American people deserve that.
Wow. All right. We'll be watching all of that. Lieutenant Governor, good to see you this morning. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Maria. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I still like Byron Reynolds better. I like Byron better than this guy. The lieutenant governor can stay lieutenant governor. It's not about making a better career decision. It's not about careers. It's about Americans being taken care of, and that's what I am about. Now let's go ahead and listen to what Democrats are actually saying about this. Maybe they'll come in and give us some sense about what's going on with the Democratic Party. But the Democrats, they have a lot of things that they need to fix. But I really believe that Americans are going to come together to save this country from disaster. With that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen to here. This is Fox and Friends First, and they have a segment on the Democratic Party. Let's take a listen.
100 days from the midterm elections, and a growing number of Democrats are voicing concerns over DNC Chair Ken Martin's leadership as the party faces a campaign cash crunch.
Do you have confidence in him as leader of the DNC?
Well, I think we always have to look at where things are at and understand that we need to do better. And I think he understands how important it is. The DNC is an important partner and they need to do better. I think they understand that.
Some Democrats are even calling for Martin to step down. Federal Election Commission records show the DNC ended June $2.2 million in debt. Meanwhile, the Republican National Committee reported $128.5 million in cash on hand and no debt.
Ash, I will see your Democrat dysfunction and raise you a whole lot of socialism. It continues as socialist and Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong is now claiming she does not remember calling for the Senate to be abolished. That's despite explicitly posting on her X account, quote, abolish the
Another Chinese spy. I don't trust her. I don't trust her.
Senate back in February of 2021. I think it's pretty clear her communications director does not. Provides the following statement to Fox News Digital, quote, Representative Hong has never called for abolishing the U.S. Senate. Tiffany, that of course referring to Tom Tiffany, who's running on the Republican side for governor, not the 80s pop singer who sang, I think we're alone now, cannot produce a single statement where she did because it does not exist. The post is from February 13th, 2021. It was a frustrated reaction. It is not her current position and it is not something a governor has any role in. Now Hong claiming she doesn't support the DSA's full platform at all.
I do not support the full platform of the national DSA, and I'm not endorsed by DSA National. What democratic socialism is a form of government that puts working class people first, that puts work first.
Joining us now to react is senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, why can't these people who write this crazy stuff online just admit to it and be like, hey, you know what? I did say it and I did stand by it and just own up to it? Because I think people would have more respect for them if they said, hey, yeah, I did do that. Right. But let's change our tune here now.
It's so easy right?
It's not hard.
Just do it. It's that simple. We saw it with Joe Biden, for example, right? In terms of the things he said, and then, well, he really didn't say it. They're cheap fakes, right? This is the cheap fake sort of analogy here at this point. Now, here's the problem. What we see here with DSA candidates is that they have to own what they have said. They want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the presidency. They want to abolish ICE. They want to abolish all border security. And oh, by the way, sorry about that, in the end, want to change the country to the point where it is unrecognizable. And that's what we have here at this point with the DSA. Now, the problem is that establishment Democrats want to obviously not go with this whole platform. But the problem is that they're winning. The DSA is winning, and that's the whole problem, Todd.
Let's get into the panic. A small band of socialists sowing panic with the Dems. Quote, the DSA are advancing and stirring consternation. This is in the Wall Street Journal. Sometimes panic among mainstream Democrats, dreading their own Tea Party moment. Once a baby boomer relic, the DSA now counts more than 120,000 members, about half of whom joined since late 2024 after Israel's war in Gaza ignited campus protests nationwide and energized young recruits. So just to be clear, we saw what happened on October 6th, and some people decided, hey, I'm going to choose the side of the Gazans. That's besides the point. For the Democrats, each day a new genie pops out of this bottle, and each day it's harder to put that genie back, Jim.
Yes, it is. And in the end, the question is, will AOC be the Democrat nominee for president? Because if El Sayed wins in Michigan, for example, a purple state completely and totally, like Donald Trump won there twice, if he wins, then therefore the Democratic Socialists of America then say, okay, we have a total platform for a national kind of candidate. And that's the thing. So if AOC ends up being the nominee, then can she win, Todd? Can she win, Ashley? And I don't think she can, because when you obviously have all these different platforms as far as abolishing the Senate, abolishing ICE, abolishing all these things, can that win nationally? I don't think so.
We will see. And I think Michigan and Wisconsin are going to be the key indicators.
Well, I mean, the DSA, they're really testing the waters with this, and it's frightening. And to your point, I don't know what they expect with, abolishing ICE and the Department of War. I mean, what are we going to do when it comes time to protect ourselves?
Right,
Pull out a fork from the kitchen because they don't agree with guns.
That said, Ashley, you're pretty tough.
Abolish prisons, for that matter.
Yeah, no kidding.
By the way, I said October 6th. I meant October 7th. Apologies for that. But I don't apologize for saying Ashley Strohmeyer could defend us all.
Be sure to.
I love these guys, man. I don't know what the leftists get hurt by watching Fox News, but let's be honest, they just have the better news. Here, I got something for from CNN, but it's always going to be about numbers. Okay, when I talk about CNN, it's numbers. I like to compare numbers. Now, we'll get into this whole Iran thing, what's going on. As I started stating at the beginning of this live. But we still got more Fauci to cover. And, let's take a listen to Rand Paul and a couple of the people talking about how they were pissed off yesterday. These are going to be quick clips that wouldn't be that long. But I want to listen to them and see how much knowledge we get about Fauci. Here we go. I know you guys will appreciate this.
Our next guest agrees and says the pardon does not protect him for future crimes. Here to explain, Fox News contributor and former Whitewater Independent Counsel Sol Weisenberg. Sol, thank you for joining us. What do you make of where this goes now? Obviously, Senator Paul is going to vote out of committee to hold him in contempt. But then there's the legal track about the viability of him pleading the fifth when he had the pardon.
It's really not going to be a close question. He is going to, the Senate, if they try to have the Department of Justice hold him in contempt, is going to lose in court. These these matters always end up in court. And here's the problem. Yes, he does not have future immunity. The question is, what is the danger he faces now? And right after he testified, I think within an hour or two, the Florida Attorney General announced that he was going to launch a criminal investigation of Dr. Fauci. So he'll be able to say, wait a minute, I am in danger. And the Fifth Amendment applies whether it's the state or federal government going after you. So legally, ultimately, the Senate will be able to harass him, but it's a valid invocation of the Fifth Amendment. You may not like it, but it's a valid invocation.
That's a great point you raise. So James Uthmeyer, the Florida Attorney General, was watching that, frustrated like millions of Americans, and obviously so were the Republicans on that committee. He said that enough with this stonewalling by Fauci, we're launching our own investigation. Speak to me about the state track and how it would differ from what Rand Paul is trying to do at the federal level.
Well, the immunity, the federal immunity does not extend to the state. We know that President Trump learned that with what happened to him in New York State Court. And so he's endangered. Fauci is endangered. Now, keep in mind, you don't just get to say as a general proposition, I'm not going to testify under the Fifth Amendment because you might charge me with perjury. If you could do that, then anybody who's ever called to testify could say, well, you may charge me with perjury. Here's the problem here. Senator Paul has been going after him for quite some time and clearly doesn't like him. So he does face some real threat there from testifying federally. But again, you asked about the state. When you have the highest law enforcement officer of the state of Florida saying, you've upset me so much, I'm going to start investigating you. That's a classic threat. No court would say, oh, you're unrealistic, Dr. Fauci, in invoking your privilege against self-incrimination because you were pardoned. Here, he's in real danger from the Florida Attorney General. It's a legal question. We may not like Fauci. We may not like the fact that he's invoking the Fifth Amendment, but he's going to win in court.
So it obviously is going to play out in a courtroom. But very quickly, in the last few seconds I've got left, will this spell trouble for others, possibly? Rand Paul talking about this assistant we know from the diaries that was suppressing and possibly deleting federal records, or Fauci's number two, David Moran's, that Senator Paul talked about.
Oh, certainly. Anytime you're investigated by state or federal authorities, it can cause trouble. And keep in mind, in terms of litigating Fifth Amendment issues, it is very difficult for the government to come in and say this is an invalid invocation. It's a steep hill to climb anytime it happens.
So Weisenberg, great insight. As always, thank you for joining us.
It is legit. Fifth Amendment right. It is a right for the American people. Now, American people, not just any criminal. You know what I'm saying? We'll not let all the criminals get away with it. But here's more on that.
Joining us now, one of the senators you just heard questioning Fauci, Senator Ashley Moody. Senator, great to have you back on the program. The question we all have now: will Fauci face real consequences? Not a slap on the wrist, not a censure, not a I really wish you hadn't done that, but real, actual consequences if Congress finds him in contempt for that display yesterday.
Well, keep in mind what we were there for. You know, I was the Attorney General in Florida when the governor and I had to fight very hard to keep Washington mandates out of our state, keep it open and free during COVID. And when I got here as a senator, I said, this cannot happen again. So we had a hearing yesterday to address the actions of Fauci during COVID, in which he told people they had to wear masks, even though he said he changed his statement on that. There's really no basis for that. He told mayors and the president to lock things down. He said we should stay away from each other 6 feet, when in fact there was no science for that. That kept schools closed, churches closed, businesses closed, people locked in their homes. So it was what he did and the misinformation during COVID. And of course, you know, you saw a lot of testimony yesterday about how he was more interested in fame and getting awards than he was to actually find scientific data for the guidance. But there's also what led to COVID and the millions of people being affected, many dying around the world. And that was this allegation of the leak from the Wuhan lab, and whether or not he encouraged, permitted funding that went to gain of research and that research in China that led to that lab leak. So the Democrats spent a lot of their time yesterday saying, why are we here? This is terrible. This is going to go after first responders. People don't want to serve. I mean, every single one of them gave a reason why we shouldn't have had the hearing. But I'm up here fighting for Floridians. They want to know what happened. They want to know why their leadership had to spend so much time fighting to keep it the free state of Florida when other states around the nation were cramming things down. And Americans deserve to know. So there will be investigations. Attorneys general around the nation last year, when Congress pushed forward on this, said that they were going to look into this. And I think you saw that yesterday when I reminded everyone that these investigations could still happen. And thank goodness for Chairman Paul, who has been tenacious in getting these documents like the diaries and other information, getting NIH to admit that gain of function research was funded by Americans. And all of this came out because of these hearings we've had, even though the Democrats didn't want us to have them. Right. So I expect that there will be accountability. And remember, the federal pardon that went back to January 1st of 2014, the sweeping federal pardon wouldn't cover anything that he said going forward or any perjury moving forward.
That's the key point. So we'll see what happens. We knew this was politicized. Now we have an admission from Dr. Deborah Birx on that actually happening. Here's her admission. Take a listen.
There were solutions, but it became very political, and we all have to be aware, because it was a presidential election year, it was really important for blue states to show that they were taking it very seriously, and they overclosed. And we just have to be honest that that happened. And that's why that discussion from both sides of the aisle and a resolution and a way to go forward is critical so that we can do this right in the future.
Senator, your reaction to that admission?
That should surprise no one. Democrats are big state people. Big government people. They want government to control your lives. I mean, look at what's coming out of the wing of their party right now. They want government to take over private businesses. They want to control every facet of your life. Mondami wants to run all your grocery stores, which will ultimately fail. I mean, they are big government people. And during COVID, they wanted to tell you how to live your life because they knew what was best. And if that meant they shut you up in your apartment and kept your kids out of school and told you couldn't be with your loved ones when they died, they had no problem with that. Meanwhile, in Florida, and by the way, Fauci in his private diaries called our governor DeSantis names, a total jerk, a complete disgrace, because we kept asking questions about the guidance we were given about lockdowns, masking, social distancing for the good of our people, the rights of our people and our businesses, who they kept trying to get shut down. I had to go to court to fight to open back up entire industries that the Biden administration had kept shut down. So when we were fighting tooth and nail to keep Washington out of our business, keep these guidelines and mandates and everything out of our business, we were getting ridiculed. We were getting name called. So I guess that's what you mean political. But all we were doing was standing up on what this country was founded on, and that was individual rights and the government's responsibility to protect those when making any decisions regarding leadership and your people.
And also logic. And that's what folks in Florida, common sense. It's amazing that it devolved the way it did. Senator Ashley Moody, thank you for your time yesterday in the hearing.
So what I want to say with that is she's right. Listen, the government should never own the people. And that is what this socialist, communist Democrats are doing. They want government to own the people. And I don't understand why the libtards don't see it. But this is exactly what they're showing. And they're showing it more and more open because they know that there is a lot more gullible people out there. They see the response from especially from the young Americans. And that's why they continue to push this agenda to have government control every means. They want the government to control your food. They sort of do already. They want the government to control your health care. They want the government to control your housing. They want the government to control your money. They want the government to do everything for them. Let me tell you something. When you become dependent on the government, they own you for life. And once you give away your freedoms and your rights, you ain't getting that shit back. Let me just tell you that right now. If you are 40 years old and you live in your mama's basement, I can understand why you are a libtard and you live the way you live. See, there's a difference with a 40-year-old living with her mom while he's taking care of her. And another difference is a mother taking care of the 40-year-old son who is a fucking lazy bum at home. There's a big difference between those two things. And I'm going to tell you that one of the things that is great about Americans, and I don't like it, but I think it's great, is that when you turn 18 years old, you are allowed to become independent from your parents. Now, hopefully, you have learned enough about life to where you're going to have a head start so that you can make good decisions, good financial decisions, good relationship decisions in your life. But most people don't take advantage of that. One of the reasons why we become independent from our parents is so that we can start building our own future as well. When you let somebody else run or dictate your life, your freedoms, your rights, you are screwing nobody but yourself. And the problem in society is when you and the libtards that live the way you do multiply and they fill this country. I am glad that there's more people with common sense than being retarded, allowing the government to take control over their life. You might like making a line to get free food every single day. I don't. If I make a line to go get some free food when I need it, I will do that. But I will not be stuck there for the rest of my life. It is not something that I can be proud of. You got to make a decision. Now, whether you like DeSantis or not, it is irrelevant. I know she loves DeSantis. I know that she fought for the American people, and that's all I can ask from our government. Fight for the American people. Fight for the people to be free. Fight for people to be independent. Fight for people to be prosperous. Protect the American citizen rights. Stop doing the stupid socialist, everybody is welcome to this country. No. You got to get people in this country that are going to do something to make this country better. Not make it into a third world shithole country. Nobody wants that. If you're a traveler and you enjoy going to India and you like to go and get some Indian food and you, oh my God, I love the way they live here. You know, they don't have paved roads. They worship cows. It's a cultural thing. You got to have respect. Shut the hell up. This is the United States of America, and they're going to come in here and they're going to assimilate to the way of life that we have here. We are not going to let this country be turned into a third world country shithole. You want to go experience all this poverty and cultural deficits, is what I call them? Go on and travel, but don't bring that shit over here. You see what I'm saying? Those people over there, see, when you go to a third world shithole country and you go over there and they're over there with holes in their underwear and you go over there and be like, oh my God, they're such a great people. Oh, they're so loving, so attentful. You know what they're saying? Shit, I wish I was in the United States of America. You go over there into a garbage hole and you say, oh my God, these people are so great. And they are thinking, I want to get out of this garbage hole and I want to live in America. The mindset that you have. I understand being respectful and loving and all these things. But to say that you want those things here in the United States of America is the most retarded thing that I have ever heard. Nobody living in a third world country shithole is saying, I love it here. Yep, I love it here. This is why I live here. No. Every single one of them wants to come to the United States of America because America is great. It's that simple. You love India? Go to India. See how much you love it after a few years. Yeah, go live in the slum. Go live in the slums. And see how much you love India after a couple of years. As a matter of fact, rip off your American passport. just tear it off. Just go to India and tear up, just burn your passport. Burn your passport, burn your license, burn your American documents, and stay in India. And then you will learn the truth. It's crazy. You guys remember the Indian guy, the Indian Buddhist guy that came in on Friday? What did he say? I said, I love Indian people. He said, no, you don't know Indian people, we stink, and the curry is just so strong, and people don't like it. You're not going to tell me that you love the Indian people. We don't even like each other. We don't even like the way we live. That's what he said. A Buddhist Indian. Funniest thing I ever heard. He says he can commit adultery because he's a Buddhist. And I asked him, I said, well, do you allow your wife to sleep with other men? And he's like, yeah, if she wants to, but then I'm going to beat the shit out of her because she's my bitch. And I was like, wait a minute. You say you're a Buddhist. That's not Buddhist. Buddhists are peaceful people, I thought. Apparently not. Apparently not. The guy cracked me up, but, you guys know what I'm talking about. If you guys watched the live on Friday, look for the live where I'm in my car, okay? Look for the live that I'm in my car on Friday. After I finished the live here, I went and I did a live in my car. Go watch that video and listen to that. Now, I was trying to make an example to him, and I said, listen, let's pretend that you're my friend, and then I know your sister, and I think your sister is beautiful. And she's like, no, you cannot marry my sister. And I was like, bro, I'm just saying as an example. Okay, fine. Just listen. He's like, no, you cannot marry my sister. You're not a Buddhist. I was like, okay, let's say I am a Buddhist, and I think your sister is beautiful. I'm not going to bring her into this country illegally. I said, I will either ask for a visa for her to come here, or I will go to India, and I will marry her there. And then I can get a visa and say, can I bring my wife with me to the United States of America? And then I'm trying to give him ideas on how she can come to this country legally. And that it's okay. Because he kept talking about, J.D. Vance, is married an Indian. How dare he? This is disgusting, blah, blah, blah. Listen, man. Yes, she is Indian. That's the beauty of it. And see, that's the difference. J.D. Vance doesn't think his wife, who is Indian, is a bitch to beat up. Loves her, respects her. It's the American way. There's men that abuse their women. That's just violent men. But it's not the American way. This guy literally used religion as an excuse to beat up his wife. That is unbelievable. That is not who we are in this country. Now, for those of you who are saying a blue tsunami, I remember, excuse me. I remember when they said there was a blue tsunami coming with Kamala Harris. Oh, my God. Everybody, all Republicans, hold on to your Bridgets because the Kamala Harris is bringing the blue tsunami. Blue tsunami. And all we heard was... Oh, man. This November is going to be fantastic. I'll tell you that right now. If you have been watching my show, thank you so much for watching the Dennis Herrera Show. I appreciate you guys being here. My name is Dennis Herrera, and I am a migrant who has become an American citizen. I really believe 35 years was worth waiting to make a decision to become an American citizen. For some of you, you might think, that's fucking crazy. What a waste of life. No. It's all about honor. It's all about honor and respect. I don't have to hide from anybody. Call ICE. ICE, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Bam! White privilege card right here. Let me see if it's still valid. Yeah, it's still valid. It's still valid. I still got another 3 years. But I'm going to have to go and renew it before then because I wanted to say Donald J. Trump on it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Hey, pizza guy, go hang out with your family, man. Go pay attention to your girlfriend. You're not serious about this. You're not serious about this. You're just over here talking shit. All right, here we go. Let's see. Ron DeSantis. Did I play the Ron DeSantis, man? These guys got me all twisted. Just for that, you're going to have to hear it again if I already played Ron DeSantis. Here we go, my friends.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis joins us now. All right, Governor, did you watch the hearing today?
I watched some of it. I wasn't surprised that he wasn't willing to answer questions. This is a guy who, is very much responsible for COVID in the first place with the irresponsible funding of the Wuhan lab, and he worked very hard to cover that up for many, many years. But how many things was he wrong about? A pandemic is like the Super Bowl for somebody involved in infectious diseases and public health, and yet he was wrong about lockdowns, he was wrong about masks, he was wrong about school closures, he made up the 6-foot social distancing, he was wrong about demanding restaurants be closed, and so this is the Super Bowl, this is what you live for in that field, and he was wrong about all those things, and I know that firsthand because I was clashing with him on all of those issues in those early months of COVID. He would come down to Florida and do TV hits on local news attacking me for mandating that schools be open, for allowing restaurants to function and all this other stuff. And he would even host conference calls with mayors and counties as a way to circumvent our policies and to impose mandates, and we blocked it. And there was one of the most proud things that I can say since I've been governor is reading the diary entry, where he was attacking me for blocking local mask mandates that he was trying to engineer around our back. And so I think it was a disgraceful performance. He did do that. But, in fairness, we were hitting him very hard when he was still pretty popular. He was like a demigod for the first few months of COVID. When you went against Fauci, the media would say, and they would always say, the governor's breaking with Fauci. He's not listening to the science. And Fauci very much considered himself to represent science. So any pronouncement he made, if you disagreed with that, even if you had all the data in the world, you don't believe in the science. And the legacy media really advanced that narrative. And so we had a lot of tussles. I was probably on the wrong side of public opinion at the time. Now I think people look back and they do recognize how wrong he was, but how destructive he was. I think he's probably the most destructive bureaucrat in the history of the United States of America.
I'd take that.
And that's right. That it is true that Trump pled the fifth with Letitia James' bullshit lawsuit. We understand that. We know that, but that was bullshit. Fauci has been proven to have lied about everything. And let's not forget, if you're going to bring in here that Trump plead the fifth on Letitia James, you better fucking tell me what Letitia James did on her side. You better give me some more information than that. If you want to bring in some old dirt, you better be bringing the whole fucking story in, because when you come to the Dennis Herrera show, I will catch your ass on the act. I will tell you that if you come in here with some bullshit-ass argument, you better have something to back it up. You want to talk about President Trump pleading the fifth? Well, tell me what. On what court case did he plead the fifth? Letitia James. She should be in jail by all the means of justice. Should be in jail. So if you want to say something about that, go ahead and say something. Now, when we talk about Fauci lying, pleading the fifth, the only reason why we're complaining is because we knew that we were right all along. We knew that he contradicted himself. We knew that he lied. There is video. There is proof that he lied about it. We paid the consequences. We knew that the herd immunity was correct, that was an accurate description on how to beat this virus. Why is it that every single doctor that went against Fauci, science, guess what those doctors were? They were also science, and they were professionals, and they were the people that knew about viruses, about diseases, but they were fired, got rid of, and Fauci pretending that he was the god of science. You libtards went out there and criminalized us for believing on the freedom of the people when you guys said, fuck your freedoms, to hell with your freedoms and your rights. We said, hell no, this is the United States of America, and we will not allow any corrupt government to tell us what to do. We believe on every right of the American people, and this is why the Democrat Party has been destroyed, because they have allowed foreigners to come in here and disrupt what the Constitution was meant for us, for this country to be free. Democrats have become communists, and they want to have control of every single part of this government. But we, as American citizens who know what the Constitution says, what the Constitution was created for, and who it was made for to be having in this country, our freedoms and rights depend on the Constitution, but it also depends on the American people to vote for the right people in this country. You see, Pizza Guy, this motherfucker, the reason why I don't like him anymore is because he said that Islam should take over the United States of America. He said that Americans shouldn't have any rights. And when somebody tells me that in the United States of America, you come over here, now you are the enemy of this country. You better take that shit back and tell me that that was something that you didn't think about, because this country belongs to American citizens, period. And no fucking Muslim that says that it's okay to rape women who are not Muslims. No Muslim that believes that fucking Prophet Muhammad, a pedophile, a known pedophile in the Quran, who actually slept with a 7-year-old little girl, is going to tell me that my president is a pedophile, or is going to tell me what righteous or moral grounds are. You are not going to tell me that Allah is the same God as Jehovah, is the same God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because Allah shows me by his fruits, by the contents of his Quran, of his holy word, that everything they stand for is perverted sexuality. It is condemnation of the people whom God has grace on, whose God created for them to make a choice. Islam is created as a political movement meant to oppress the people, who forces people to submit to them. And they tell you that you will be killed if you don't accept them. You are an infidel. You are less than a dog or a pig if you don't believe in Islam, if you don't submit to Muslims. They're over here taking away Christian churches and making them into mosques, trying to convince Americans that you white people are garbage. You guilty socialist white Karens don't understand what the fuck that means, but you better start paying attention before you lose your country. I respect the government that fights for the people, not that fights against the people. So far, Republicans are on our better side. Whether you agree with me or not, that is your choice. Go ahead. Space Knockers, ever since you come into my channel to troll, you haven't said shit that is true. You are a libtard. You are just as retarded as those peoples handing over the American rights to illegal immigrants. I'm going to say this. Maybe you are an illegal immigrant. Maybe you are a foreigner. Maybe you don't give a shit about this country, but we do. And we will continue to defend it. There is so many things in my head, you have no fucking idea. You can only think of one thing, and that shit is retarded. You want to call me? You want to call me and debate me on who's a better American? You want to call me and you want to show me what it is to be a real American? Huh? You want to call in? Let me know. Let me know if you want to call in. Space Knockers, I will allow you to call in and school me on what it really means to be an American citizen. I would love for you to try to show me what a real American is like. Can't wait to hear your fucking accent.
Bet. Do you think he has criminal exposure, federally and state charges?
So I definitely think he should be held in contempt, and that process will go forward. He was given a presidential pardon. I disagree with that pardon. I think it was probably, but I think it likely would hold up in court, and so he has to cooperate, just as Senator Paul said. conduct, and the pardon would cover him. So he has to cooperate with the committee. Now, on the state, the Attorney General of Florida has an investigation into Fauci. I would love to see something happen there. The reality is a federal official has a lot of defenses to go if they're dragged into state court, and in fact, he could probably remove it to federal court. So we'll see how that plays out. I hope that there's accountability. I wish that it had happened sooner, because I think that a lot of the things we've seen in those diaries, it validated what a lot of us already knew for many years.
Real quick, you don't keep a diary, do you, Governor?
No, sir.
Okay, good, good. Let's all do no diaries when you're in government. Thank you so much, Governor, and everyone's moving to Florida, so I think that.
Shit, I'm thinking about moving to Florida. That is not a joke. I'm thinking about moving to Florida. I like how he said, how this libtard say, "Oh, take off the hat." Why? Because you say so? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I'm in space and defense. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody believes your bullshit. Call in, Space Cadet. Go ahead, call in and school me. I want to know how to be an American citizen. I want to hear what a real American citizen sounds like. I want to hear somebody that doesn't have an English accent talk to me. Go ahead. I want to hear you. I want to hear you. Now, here, let me put the phone number here. And I want to hear you speak English. That's what I want. I want to hear you speak some real English. Let's do it. Yeah, baby, let's do it. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear this English. I want to be the first guy on earth to be able to hear somebody speaking a language without an accent. Oh, God, I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. Go on, my friend. Give me a call. 425-583-1155. Space Cadet, here we go. We're going to hear from a real American citizen, a man who has no English accent. I speak perfect English. Let me hear it. Come on. Everybody on the chat wants to hear what perfect English sounds like. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, I love the challenge, man. One thing that you don't understand is when people challenge me, fucking lights me up. Whoo! Let's go, Space Knocker. Back up that shit. Come on. Call the number. Let's go. Oh, my God. I'm so pumped right now. Woo! Let's go. Fuck, you activated my ADHD to the next level. Fuck yeah. Show me what an American citizen is like. I want to hear that perfect English pitch. Can't wait. Shut up. All you rednecks on here. Fuck you guys. All of you have accents. Only Space Knockers has perfect English. So shut up and stop talking bad about him. I can't wait to hear this perfect English. Come on, pussy. Call in. Oh, Robert says, call in, pussy. I can't wait to hear the perfect English accent. Oh, let's go. You know, I'm going to tell you something. I, as a Hispanic man, will never tell you I don't have a Spanish accent because I'm not a fucking moron. Everybody has an accent. You go to Mexico, they speak accents. That's right. They speak with accents. You go to Guadalajara, they don't sound like the people in Mexico City. You go down to Louisiana, they don't sound like the people in Seattle, even though they were all born here. Everybody has an accent. Please call in so I can hear your perfect English I'm sorry, you don't have an accent. Call in so I can hear some perfect English. Soy un perdedor. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? Come on, biatch. Call in. Don't be a pussy. Come on, keyboard warrior. You see what I'm saying, guys? Bunch of pussies behind keyboards. What? I think this is the perfect time for me to do some chicken sounds. Space knockers. What a pussy. Man, everybody else, you are welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. I'm sorry, guys, you did not get to hear perfect English. It happens. It happens. You guys are my witness. I gave the opportunity. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. I can't wait for a libtard to teach me what a real American citizen is supposed to be like. And call me with perfect English. Man. WNBA says thank you for keeping man out of women's sports.
The WNBA.
YouTube and catch full shows streaming.
There we go.
The WNBA fining and suspending a Seattle Storm co-owner after she allegedly cursed out two young fans, two teenagers, that were sitting courtside as they held signs thanking Sophie Cunningham for protecting women's sports. The WNBA star reacting, quote, "I truly believe there's a safe space and love for everybody. Biological girls, biological boys, trans women, and trans men. Everyone is welcome at my table. You can disagree and still be kind. Bravo to those girls for standing up for what they believe. You'll be hearing from me soon. Yay for gifts." Truly embarrassing of the co-owner, unfortunately shows the type of leader that she is. And our next guest has also made the fight for women's sports her personal mission. Riley Gaines show host Riley Gaines joins us now. Hey, Riley.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Good to be on with you.
Great to have you on. So what happened is the Seattle Storm, they were playing the Indiana Fever. And these girls wanted to go and support Sophie because they like what she said last week about supporting women's sports. And she doesn't want transgender men to, or biological men to play in women's sports. So they just went and they had their poster board. They were sitting, they paid a lot of money to sit courtside, I assume. And one of the co-owners of the team came over and blessed them out and used the F word. And so she was suspended. What was your reaction to this?
True, that is true.
Well, it's important to know who these girls are and, of course, the setting of where this game took place. It happened in Seattle, the state of Washington. These girls are 16-year-old girls. They're in high school. One of the girls, her name is Annalee Wilson. She's a 16-year-old runner from Washington State who has taken a stand. Why has she taken a stand? Because she has had to live these policies. Actually, Annalee, she placed second at, I believe it was the Kashmir Junior Olympics regional track meet in the 1600. She lost to a boy. Since then, she's had to find herself standing up before school boards to her peers and to classmates and to teachers and to adults. What she told me was that Sophie's courage has inspired a generation of young athletes. She says that it is such a relief now to know that someone, especially when it comes from a professional female athlete, has their back. And now here she is, as you said, supporting Sophie, and she's being heckled by grown men and grown women, which now to the left, that's considered progressive. It's just sad that young girls, 16-year-old girls, have to be the adults in the room.
Yeah. You know, the young lady, one of the girls that you're talking about, the athlete, she was wearing an XXXY T-shirt, and that's the apparel company that was created by Jennifer Say, who is the gymnast, the former gymnast. And their mission is really just to focus on protecting women's sports. Here's Jennifer reacting to it. Listen to this.
I'm so proud of those two young girls. They're so grateful to have Sophie so loudly and full-throatedly in our court. These young girls have been going it alone, and to have a star from the WNBA stand up and say, yeah, girls deserve their own sports is such a huge win and a vote of confidence for these girls, and they feel like they're no longer alone.
You know, she started that company. You're wearing one of those T-shirts, too, just to protect women. And it goes back to what Sophie said. She said, there's a safe space and love for everybody. Everybody's welcome at my table. Sophie, the basketball player, says this. But she said, I want to support women. I want to make sure it's fair, and I want to make sure the sport is safe. Right, Riley?
Oh my gosh, 100%. Sophie said it so eloquently. And that's how I think 99% of Americans feel. Look, I don't want to legislate on what someone does behind closed doors so long as they're a consenting adult and it doesn't cost me my taxpayer
That's
dollars.
right.
That's the beauty of America, is you get to do those things. So I'm right there with Sophie. I know Jen is too. As you said, I'm wearing one of their shirts now. And I'll just say this, Ainsley, I haven't been to a WNBA game yet, so I'm thinking of going to one soon, so stay tuned.
Well, it's just, you might be harassed. I hope you're not. But you're an adult. These girls are teenagers. And this lady owns the team. She's one of the owners. So come on. We need to have some grace and we need to be civil. And they're your customers. So don't bless them out. Everyone's allowed to have their opinion. Thank you so much, Riley. I do want to read that the team's majority owner, her name is Jenny Gilder, issued an apology. She says, "We are aware one of our co-owners made comments to 2 fans in attendance at last night's game. We apologize that this happened. Everyone who attends a Storm game deserves to feel welcome, and we remain committed to creating an inclusive environment where every fan is treated with respect."
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows.
You should listen to Fox News. Maybe you'll learn something. What is this?
And hugs.
When did I miss this? I did not hear this. Well, guess what? We have some unexpected live, I guess. I didn't even get a warning about this one. But I will go ahead and show it to you guys anyways. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We got something.
There ain't no doubt.
I love this plan. God bless the USA.
What a nice song.
Thank you,
We
sir.
thank Lee, right? Lee has been with us from the beginning, so it's great. And thank you all for being here as we take action to get illegal alien truck drivers off the American roadways. We're doing a very strong movement, and we have had such support for this, and replace them with proud American veterans. And it's about time. I want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, who's doing a fantastic job. Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins, likewise, really doing a good job. 92% approval. That's not bad, Doug. You'll get it up a little bit. Acting Secretary of Labor Keith Sonderling, and along with President of Werner Enterprises Nathan Meisker. Thank you very much, Nathan, and representatives from the American Truck Industry. Independent. We're all behind this 100%. I'm behind it 100%. We got to stop it. Every day you see another story. We're not going to let that happen. That won't happen with our great vets. But above all, thank you to the amazing veterans with us. I mean, they've just been with us from the day they were born, I suspect. They're great patriots, and we love them. And we want to thank UPS, FedEx, and Werner for the job they've done. Thanks as well to the National Commander of AMVETS, Paul Shipley, Chief Operating Officer of the Independence Fund, Doug Ackerman, and the great patriots from the Wounded Warrior Project, American Legion, Blue Star Families, Gary Sinise Foundation, Vietnam Veterans of America, and Paralyzed Veterans of America. We thank you all, and thank you all for being with us. Very special. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, everybody. For many years, American highways and roadways have been terrorized by unqualified illegal aliens dangerously driving big rigs like that. You got to know something to drive. Wow, that sucker is a big one. That's big stuff. But they're you have to have a knowledge. You have to have a talent for it. And these people don't have that. They're driving big rigs, semi-trucks, and tractor trailers, all because radical left maniacs at the state level have issued them commercial driver's licenses, even though they're not entitled to have them. They don't speak the language for the most part. Many of these illegal aliens don't even come close. They don't want to learn the language. They don't care about the language, and they don't speak it. They don't speak English. They cannot read basic road signs. In many cases, they've engaged in reckless driving that has caused many, many preventable deaths, too many to even talk about. Last August, 3 innocent people were killed in Florida when an illegal alien from India made an unlawful U-turn, blocking all the lanes of the highway and causing a catastrophic crash. It was a disaster. Just a few weeks ago, a Pennsylvania state trooper was killed by an illegal alien from Haiti driving a semi-truck. He was let in by Joe Biden and the open border policy of the Biden administration. By the way, today we have the safest border in the history of our country. And I don't even say this usually, but for the last 14 months, because it's almost unbelievable to say, but the media will correct me if I give anything that's even slightly off. As of 14 months, in the last 14 months, 0 illegal aliens were able to come through our southern border. 0. Last year alone, illegal aliens with commercial driver's licenses caused at least 30 deaths and many, many very seriously injured. As president, I made it our official policy to enforce English language requirements for truck drivers and support American truckers on American roadways. We've already removed more than 24,000 non-English speakers from behind the wheel. We've also...
They took it off the air. Don't worry, I will get it back. Shit. Don't worry, I will get it back. I will get it back. Hopefully, I can find it. Man, what a waste. Don't worry, I'll find it. You know what? The POTUS always records this. Hopefully. I have it with the White House here. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to try to put it back. Hold on. We might have to repeat some of it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. There we go.
The representatives and leaders from those states are with us. It's actually a very big deal. This is a big deal. We believe that all 50 states and Washington, D.C. should join us in supporting these great veterans. And frankly, some of the states didn't know about it. They heard about it today, and I think they're all going to be signing up. Data shows that truck drivers who are veterans account for 42% fewer accidents. Think of that, 42%. And that number, they say, is a very minimal number, even as they drive the double the number of miles of non-veteran drivers. So to end this, very simply, the radical left wants more jobs for illegal aliens and more migrants in 18-wheelers, and Trump administration wants safer roads and more jobs for the American veteran. Now I'd like to ask a man who's done a fantastic job on this subject and many others, Secretary Duffy, to say a few words, followed by Secretary Collins, Nathan, and a great veteran truck driver, Ricky Washington. And I'll just stand here and watch. Thank you very much. Sean, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. President. And to underscore your point, President Biden let in millions of illegals into this country. And he thought it would be a good idea that when they come in, they get a job, and they get a job driving a commercial motor vehicle. They didn't have the training. They didn't have the skill. We didn't do background checks in the last administration, so they could have had a mile-long rap sheet of crimes or drunk driving or speeding violations, but we didn't know who they were. And we saw that when those illegals were driving these big rigs, they were killing American citizens. You're a family that was on the way to Walmart, or you're going to church on a Sunday, you could lose your life on an American road. So because of the president's initiative, he signed an executive order over a year ago. It was the common sense rules of the road. And since you signed that executive order, we all have been working overtime to make sure we take illegals off American roads and we give those jobs to great Americans, including great American veterans. So that's right. These are great paying jobs. They're anywhere from $80,000 to $100,000 plus a year. And it's important because you have men and women who drove big rigs in the military who would then get out and have to go through months-long training for their skills and their knowledge test to drive this vehicle over here. Well, if Secretary Pete Hegseth thinks that you can drive a vehicle like this, Donald Trump and Sean Duffy think that you can drive a vehicle like that. So we have illegals are out, American patriots are in this administration. We've had more people, trucking companies, call us and try to find, how do I hire more veterans? How do I bring the great men and women who serve this country, how do I bring them into my company? So you can go to freedomhaulers.dot.gov to get more information. But we are clearing the deck for you to get a great job in trucking. Mr. President, there's a lot of things that the radical left, as you mentioned, get angry about because they're radical. But safety for the American citizenry is bipartisan. This is not a political issue. This is an American issue. Let's make sure American roads are safe. Let's make sure we put great patriots who serve this country on American roads, well-trained, with great skills. And I think this is one of the great legacies of your administration. I am grateful for your leadership, putting America first, American veterans first, American roads first over the illegals who the last administration prioritized. It has been just an honor to work with you. And to me, he's a master class. To see how this president operates, to watch him and learn from him is amazing. So thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sean and Mr. President. I can't think of anything else that says freedom more in our country than an open road truck and a veteran. Because you have veterans that said one thing, when they raised their right hand, they pledged what others would not do. They said, I will go and do what others will not do. And it is this country, when you told me, and I asked you that question, I said, Mr. President, what do you want me to do? He said, just take care of my veterans. So every day now, since the last year and a half, veterans at the VA are first and only in what we do. And this. So when Sean and I, we heard about this, when we started looking at this, some things that we have done, Mr. President, you're behind this and working to get veterans on the road. I can't think of anything more American. I can't think of anything that puts us first. Instead of the illegals who want to come take jobs, let's put veterans in the seats, making jobs safer and better for all Americans as we go along. Because veterans, look, you proved once you can do it. I know for a fact you can do it every single day. As we look at this, some of the questions that come. The Wild West is over, so what do? How do we get our veterans into this? Well, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that we're now not only taking you as veterans, the GI Bill is going to be able to pay for this. You're going to be able to actually get and use the money to go get your CDL license. You're able to get this, and we're going to make it a lot easier and a lot quicker. Like I said, for those of us who rode in these, this will be a thrill. So we do that. We're going to use the GI Bill. The Dole Act also did something that's really important, and that was the CDL programs. It used to take almost 2 years to get in. We're now waiving that to where the CDL and disabilities, service-connected disabilities, can get in that instead of having to wait the 2 years. So we're actually putting into place what is already there and saying, you know what, we're going to make it easier for our veterans to do this. Our VR&E programs are already ready to train veterans to go take these jobs as we go forward. But as we go forward, let me just emphasize one thing already, Mr. President. 1 in 10 of our truck drivers across the country are veterans already. 1 in 10. Why don't we make it 2 in 10? Why don't we make it 3 in 10? For those who want to get out and serve this country, who want to be the leaders and be the safety experts who drove these to drive these, will drive us as Americans in the future. We couldn't do this without a great partnership with the cabinet and our partners in the business community as we go forward. But I'm here to also tell you, you can't do it without a president who doesn't look at what can't be. He looks at what can be. And Donald Trump has said when it comes to transportation and safety and keeping illegals off the road, but also putting our veterans first, you have a president who not only says it, but he does it. And we're here today to prove it. God bless you.
I would like to thank President Trump for inviting us all here today. It is a profound honor to stand with you here at the White House, along with the brave veterans, the military leaders, and cabinet members, in the same month that we celebrated the 250th anniversary of our great country. If I could take a moment, for those of you that are at a camera and facing this way, there are hundreds of veterans here today. And I feel like we owe it to the veterans who have sacrificed. The saying is that all gave some and some gave all. And I would like to take a moment for all of us to thank the people behind the camera and the men here for their service. As President Trump said, I am Nathan Maisgeyer. I'm the president of Werner Enterprises. Werner is one of America's largest, safest, and most successful transportation companies. This year, Werner proudly celebrates 7 decades of keeping the American economy moving. And after all, 75% of all freight in America moves by a truck. At Werner, 15% of our 14,000 associates nationwide are veterans and military spouses, a statistic that we're proud of. Today, I am proud to announce a new strategic initiative for our company. In tandem with the Trump administration's Freedom Haulers program, Werner Enterprises is officially committing to hire 1,400 veterans in the coming year. This administration's Freedom Haulers campaign will have a direct and powerful impact on our ability to bring even more veterans into our workforce and into this great trucking economy. Cutting through red tape and translating a veteran's military driving experience directly into a civilian commercial driver's license. Veterans at Werner often move up the ranks into roles as driver leaders, and many serve as premier road team captains, mentoring the next generation of drivers and representing the absolute best of American trucking. We should all commit to ensure that every veteran returning home is met not just with handshakes and hugs and applause, but real opportunities to lead, drive, and succeed. Thank you again to President Trump and all of the members of the Trump administration who support our heroes and these pro-veteran initiatives. May God bless our veterans, may God bless our leaders, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you.
My fellow Americans, Mr. President, and distinguished guests, it is an honor to stand with you today. For 30 years of service, I have the privilege of wearing the uniform of the United States Army and the Army National Guard. Like so many who have answered the call, my service took me through moments of hardships and sacrifices. I reflect on which I carry with me every day. Serving this nation was an honor, but when the time came to take the uniform off, I faced the question veterans confront. How do I continue serving? For me, the answer was on the open road. Transition from military life behind the wheel of a commercial truck has brought a renewed sense of mission for me. Veterans make exceptional truck drivers because they have the core values of the military aligned seamlessly with the trucking industry. We're disciplined, we're vigilant, we're adaptable, and with unwavering commitment to getting the job done safely and on time. The trucking industry is more than just a sector of our economy. It is the backbone of our commerce. It is a place where service members, veterans, military spouse can find a purpose, a community, and a way to continue keeping our great nation moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless our service members and their family, and God bless the United States of America.
Anybody like to say anything? I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is going to be a big day for our wonderful patriots, our great veterans. They're going to produce like nobody else can produce. And thank you very much. And I want to thank you and especially all those people you're going to be hiring. But I know a lot of your competitors are also doing the same thing. So it's going to be really fantastic. Sean, thank you. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, everybody, for the job you've done very much. Bye. Thank you.
Young men. All the libtards get excited with that song. They can't help it. They gotta dance to it. They gotta feel the rhythm. Now this is what the libtards like. This is let me brace you. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. This is what this is what Democrats call hard working. You ready? Here we go. This is what libtards call hard working. Forget about you lazy Americans that go to work every day and make money. Shut up, you fascist. All of you accumulating wealth by sacrificing your time, you fascist. Shut up. We want real, hard-working people like these people right here, sacrificing everything to make ends meet. How dare you have a job? How dare you migrants come here legally and giving something back to the country where you came, that you come to. Oh, man. This is exactly what the southern border would have looked like if the Democrats were in charge. Well, probably. What? Here we go. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. I saw something here. Come on. Yeah, there it is. Did you guys notice that? Look, check this out. I'm going to try to zoom in there for you guys, okay? For some of you guys, probably can't see it. Now, for some reason, right, these people are climbing the fence. But did you notice this right here? There is an open gate. That looks like an open gate to me. Oh, man. You can't make this up, bro. You cannot make this up. Oh, boy. I'm telling you, man. I don't know. I don't know what's up with these people, man. I really don't know what the hell is going on here. But, well, that's what we got. Let's see. There's got to be something else because we have some clips. Well, you guys already heard the clips here from the actual live speech. Normally, I put some stuff on there for you so that you can read and stay up to date. But remember that video, the video that I showed you about this guy, feeding people and stuff? Well, apparently he prepares all this food, he cooks it, and then he sacrifices all his time to go and feed hungry people. And while he's feeding people, somewhere in here, I'll find it for you so you don't have to watch the whole thing. I think somebody here attacks this guy, and I think it might be the same old man from before, just a little bit more shaved. Let me see. Let's go ahead and watch this together. I want to show you guys this. I want you guys to watch this with me. Let's see what's happening here. This is just a little sidetrack. Ew.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Back up.
This.
Hey, boss. Hey, how you doing?
How about you? Make sure that you guys actually see this.
I'm doing great. What kind of drink would you like?
Let me get a piss. This guy went and bought all this meat at Costco, apparently, and then he prepped it, cooked it, spent hours making it, and all this stuff. I'm sure other people helped him, but, He's made this video, and he's been feeding these people all day long, okay? All day long. Watch what happens.
I got pepper. Text me.
Black pepper.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Back up. What are you doing? Whew, guys, you see what we deal with. I've never seen this person in my life before.
Don't stay around for another one. Don't hurt him. Are you okay, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. Whew.
You're not injured?
I messed up my hand a little bit, but it's all good. Whew, guys, so some people are crazy out here. I don't know if I should call the cops or just let him take the pepper spray.
Hey, be careful, doesn't retaliate though.
No, I got more pepper spray for him if you want some more.
You know, that was crazy shit.
Yeah.
Some blindsided push, and you almost broke your back. You pushed you so hard.
Hello, I got attacked.
Now, I don't know about you, but if I saw somebody doing that, I would have charged that guy. Now, how many men here are being fed for free? Just want to point this out. How many men here are being fed for free and they didn't do anything to defend them? Hey, you okay, man? You okay, man? No, that's not enough. You got to do better than that.
Just right now, I'm feeding the homeless and somebody came, I think they're on drugs or something, and they just attacked me from the back. He came from the back, I think he's on drugs, and he just attacked me, pushed me just super hard, and I flew off to the ground.
Okay, do you have any injuries?
My hand is a little messed up, but nothing for emergencies.
Oh, please, don't be a pussy. It's just a shop, man. It's just a shop. All right, let's get back into the news. And let's hear the latest. Actually, you know what? Let's listen to some news here from Peter Doocy. Peter Doocy was kicking some ass during the COVID pandemic thing. I'm not gonna lie. I was tuning into Fox just so that I can watch Peter Doocy drop the hard questions on the libtard administration of Biden. That guy was beast. Let's see what he has to say here about what's going on in Iran and the United States. What's going on here? Give us some information about the facts.
All right, President Trump making good on his threats to Iran, unleashing a new wave of heavy strikes in response to attacks on American forces in the region, and even stronger strikes could be on the way.
So Peter Doocy is live in front of the White House with the latest. Peter.
And the president was chewing out his war planners with a string of expletives, according to a new report in NBC News, who describes him as very frustrated. The Iranians just won't fold. And so now the president has been presented an option by the head of CENTCOM to go big and escalate strikes. According to the Wall Street Journal, the idea behind Admiral Brad Cooper's high-end option is to go beyond the smaller retaliatory airstrikes that have done little to deter Tehran from threatening ships in the Strait of Hormuz and lobbing missiles at American forces in the region by sharply escalating the war, according to people familiar with his thinking. CENTCOM says last night, forces successfully completed a heavy wave of strikes against Iran in response to yesterday's attempted missile attacks on U.S. forces. The strikes aimed to further diminish threats posed by Iran and its proxies to American forces, commercial shipping, and neighboring Gulf countries. And this all really could turn into a much broader world war if this Reuters report is true about China getting ready to sell Iran tens of millions of dollars worth of shoulder-fire missile launchers built to take out helicopters and fighter jets.
President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report that Iran's about to get 400 rocket launchers from China going through Pakistan to Iran.
Well, that would be surprising. I mean, things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake, and he knows I'd be quite disappointed.
And when we asked the president about this last week, he said that it is his opinion Xi and Putin are not helping the Iranians in this war against the U.S. right now, based on chats that he has had with them. But we also know it is the opinion of some others in the administration in very high levels that China and Russia are at the very least enabling Iran right now. Back to you.
Yeah, not hurting. They got rebuilt somehow in between that long pause, and a lot of people believe there was China doing that. Thanks so much, Peter. Appreciate it. and in terms of location logistics, I mean, they were hitting certain rooms in certain facilities in Kuwait where the CIA was, and they thought there's no way that Iran would know where the CIA was located, that our satellite images had to be given by Russia. But it looks like there's a 2-week plan that Admiral Cooper has submitted, 10 to 14 days, intended to degrade Iran's missile and drone capabilities rather than continuing just to do retaliatory strikes. So that might, this plan, one of the plans, it definitely involves the IDF. And if no one has better intelligence about Iran than Mossad and the IDF, and you would think there would be the targeting part of any type of operation would be led by them.
And you would think that, obviously, President Trump would have spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu about that. I do think it's interesting because Peter mentioned this NBC report that President Trump is exasperated over his war planners not being on the same page. But you have to take that a little bit with a grain of salt, because this is what advisors do for any commander-in-chief, which is to present the options. I think maybe what they missed, perhaps, in the story is the frustration that the president has with trying to stop Iran and the IRGC from lobbing the missiles at our bases, hitting things like you were just talking about, Brian, while you've got these negotiations going on with the spokesperson or the parliament speaker and the foreign minister of Iran, which is going nowhere.
I love this. Look at the bottom of your screen. Admiral Cooper presents Trump with a plan to demolish Iran's missiles in 14 days. I know that many of the leaders in our military are presenting him with different plans, and Admiral Cooper's head of CENTCOM. We asked Trey Yingst about what Jackie Heinrich was asking the president about China receiving or China giving them 400 Chinese-made shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers to the tune of $60 to $70 million. It's a big purchase if Iran is buying these. And Trey Yingst was telling us that these are used to shoot down planes and choppers, and it just takes one person to man one of these launchers. So that would be a big deal if China were providing these to Iran. And you heard the president say he would be very disappointed. Also, military might require some of the troops in the Middle East to surrender their cell phones, because top U.S. commanders for the Middle East have warned the troops that their cell phone videos that they're sharing online can help Iran target American bases.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I just looked up that company that might be selling the man pads. It doesn't look they have a military background, but they're import-export business, and we're very involved in the Belt and Road program. That's when you come in. China basically says, I'll build your airports, I'll build your canals. In turn, we just want your raw material, or we want your bases, or things to that nature. But it's a building company that raises great capital. Could they deliver those man pads? It looks like they can, but they don't necessarily have a big military background. It looks like they would deliver and finance just about everything, and they are fundamentally supported by the Chinese government, even though located in Hong Kong.
Not a good development, considering that type of manpad, as Trey was saying, took down our U.S. aircraft.
Be sure to.
You know, this is where I feel like, you know, if you look at what Ukraine has been able to do with Russia, there's a lot of ground that the Ukrainians have gained and have been hitting Russia pretty hard. Now we know that Ukraine is a small country, and they need our help. But the one thing is, like, you know, if you're thinking about it a little bit strategically thinking, you know, we have Israel. You know, we have allies. We have allies in closer proximity to these Iranian proxies. This is just, you know, some spitballing here. I feel that the United States of America should really take a page from that book, and I think that we can have maybe hundreds of thousands of drones with some heavy explosives. I don't like to see, you know, big missiles being dropped down on some piece of shit truck that may or may not have weapons capabilities. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather send some drones just crashing in, boom, just like Ukraine has been doing in Russia. I like the fact that we have Japan, South Korea, Israel, Ukraine, the Saudis. We have the Emirates, who are starting to join us President Trump is making some deals with them to allow them to be more power sufficient. Now, while the world is not perfect, and, everything in history has shown us and taught us that every good deed that we have made with other countries has come to bite us in the ass. And that is true. We train Mexican soldiers, and they turn against us. Now they're Zetas. We train Iraqis. They turn on us. We train Iranians. We train Pakistanis. We train all these people. We give them resources. We give them defensive weapons. And then all of a sudden, they comes and just bite us in the ass. But that's how we are. That's who we are. It's what we do. We give people the benefit of doubt, but we're also not going to back down. We're not going to cower away. A lot of Americans, and maybe not even Americans, maybe there's very few Americans, and mostly is illegal immigrants that are over here bitching and complaining about the funding of our military. China is not playing around. I don't understand how these people don't see this. China is not a friend. Let's be honest. China is our enemy. The only reason why we make deals with China is because of profits. See, doing business has nothing to do with being friends. I want you to know that. You don't have to be friends with me to agree that the United States of America should be taken care of. You don't have to like me to know that the United States of America is the greatest country on earth. China has been always a threat to the United States of America. We have spies in China. China has spies on us. Russia has spies on us. We have spies on Russia. Please, don't fall into all this bullshit. Look at this dirtbag. Israel is the threat. What the fuck are you smoking? Put the crack pipe down, man. Put the pipe down. What a moron. This guy don't pay attention. But anywho, we have three powers. Three powers that have nukes that we know are pointing at the United States of America. Now listen, if China is listening, I'm going to give you some advice. You have to target the libtard cities and states first. If you want to win, if you want to beat the United States of America, you have to target democratic cities and states. All right? Let us know before you do that so that we can get the hell out of Dodge. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that China's going to beat us. And Russia taking out all the libtards. Yeah. It's a lot of population. There's There's millions in there. Yeah. Also, millions of illegal immigrants in democratic cities and states. That, man, you guys, China likes to kill people. Hey, that's the way to do it. Hit those Democrat cities and states. I'm telling you, hey, before you hit Seattle, let me know so I can get the hell out of Dodge. Oh, man. You know what's funny, though? No, on the real. What's pretty awesome is, well, I would miss it, Jason. I would miss Seattle. Listen, man, these libtards are shitting on our streets and our cities, but Seattle, it really is. Seattle is wonderful. The state is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like the land, the real estate, all that stuff is beautiful. It's phenomenal. It's the fucking garbage people that we have in here. But you know what I'm saying. But what's really awesome is that we have so many much more Americans, Americans that love this country. When I look at these black soldiers, fuck, man, I'm so proud of them. When I look at the white soldiers, when I look at all different melanin colors on the soldiers that we have and all these Americans that fight for the United States of America, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud that they chose to serve the people, to fight for their country, man. And I know, I get it. I know some of them become libtards and they're, become this little socialist, utopia-seeking freaks. But in reality, they're just people like you and me. Sometimes maybe we believe something that's stupid. All I know is that my values are placed on the United States of America. Always bet on the USA, let me say. You remember that? You remember that line from the movie? Always bet on black. Well, I say always bet on the USA. You know what I mean? There's something about it. I want to say this. I think that Americans, that the people that come to America, the reason why all these migrants that become part of the United States of America, the reason why all of the Americans who are born here that fight for this country, the reason why they become phenomenal, it's not because they're the smartest, the strongest, the biggest. It's because God has their back. You know what I'm saying? Let me give you something spiritual. You may have heard this before. But let me tell you something. And now this is, you don't have to accept this. You don't have to believe this. This is just my spiritual belief. It is biblical. Nothing, no suffering, no pain, no hardship, as bad as it is, as horrible as it is, can even compare to how good it would be when we are with our Lord Jesus Christ. Nothing compares. There will be no pain. There will be no sorrow. No, there won't be 92 virgins for you to grab. I'm sorry. There's going to be no gender. There'll be no male or female. See, God created a nature order so that we can multiply. And we are to respect that nature. We're supposed to respect that order. And this is what the devil has always put in your minds. Use our weak flesh. This is where the gays come from. This is where the LGBTQ, transgender, everything just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. But I can tell you that God gave us a nature, male and female, he created them, so that we can multiply. He gave us pleasure so that we can enjoy procreating. But we were supposed to do it the right way, not abuse it in a lusty way. It's a sinful way. Now, we're not perfect. We're humans. We got our own dirt and we have our own thing. This is why we depend on Jesus Christ. We depend on believing that he is the Son of God and that he died for our sins. We are not promised 100 virgins. We'll be spirits. We'll be just like angels, no flesh. The reward that awaits those who maintain and keep the faith is greater than any pain and any treasure that you could ever gather on this earth. I believe that. My preachers, the preachers throughout my life, they always preach about, the seas of crystal, and streets of gold, and the better of a person you are, the bigger crown you could. Who gives a shit about treasures in heaven? Who cares about gold and crystal and all these jewels? I just want to be able to say, God, so glad to be back with you. I'm just happy to be here. Think about it. We all have proof. It's just hidden. It is hidden from you because you are in a sinful nature. The moment that you start denying yourself and believing in God, I don't care what, if you think I'm a Christian, it is irrelevant. I don't give a shit about that. It is something that you feel it. You feel it in your heart and your soul. Just like when you meet that one partner, oh my God, I feel like I've known you all my life. There is a connection. We had a relationship with the Father. That relationship has been broken, and the devil does not want us to fix that relationship because he can't fix it. Those who worship Satan cannot fix that relationship. Those who yearn for evil cannot fix that relationship. Those people who believe that living a sinful life is normal and that there having to be no change, they're going to hell. Why? Because they will never repent. I truly believe God gives the United States of America the power, the strength, the wisdom, and despite all the criminalities, despite all of the bad things that happen, despite all the landslides and all the nature disasters and everything, all of those things is because of our sinful nature. We are punished by that. But we are also promised a reward. It doesn't matter what pain we go through in life. Everyone who dies believing in Jesus Christ and in God will be resurrected. And those who are still alive, fighting every day, acknowledging that we're sinful, that we're weak, and we keep asking God for forgiveness and we keep fighting the flesh, those who believe in Jesus Christ will be transformed with those resurrected. And we will meet with him in the sky. You don't have to believe that. Believe what you want. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Let me go ahead and get to our companion. He's going to give us some knowledge here. Let's go ahead and continue with the Dennis Herrera Show. That was your little piece of religion. Your little piece of spirituality, if you will. All right, let's go ahead and see what else we have here from Compagno.
Basis has reached every corner it possibly can. Think again. The latest front, the Daughters of the American Revolution. Senator Marsha Blackburn says it is time to make sure daughters actually means biological females as she introduces legislation to bar biological men from joining the DAR. Blackburn telling Fox News the DAR was founded by women for women, and its founders would be appalled that the organization is now allowing biological males to become members and undermine the legacy of real women who helped build our nation. The push comes after a vote at the DAR's National Convention in June where delegates whose direct ancestors helped secure America's independence voted down redistricting membership to those born female. Co-sponsors of the bill told Fox the legislation protects the DAR's founding mission. Senator Katie Britt said it's about honoring American women. Senator Mike Lee pointed to the word daughter being right in the group's name. Senator Tommy Tuberville argued the left has lost sight of the difference between men and women. And Senator Kevin Cramer said the group was founded specifically for women to honor America's patriotic forebears. We reached out to the Daughters of the American Revolution for comment, but have not yet heard back. What the heck? How have we, Emily, gotten here?
I was shocked that the members voted not to restrict membership for that way. Like that to me, I thought, surely wouldn't they of all people sort of reflect the basic fundamentals of what makes America great? And in my opinion, it's not gender being fluid and all of those things now, this nonsense. I do think I obviously appreciate this legislation. There's a lot of stalemate happening on the Hill. So when I hear about things like this, I think to myself, great, can you just add on another 20 bills, get that all done too? And could you also make sure this is upheld in the Supreme Court for every other state too that we see as being pierced by biological men in things that they shouldn't be, like individual clubs and sports and the like. So I see this as a great step. But there's a lot more work to be done. And I wish that, by the way, not even receiving a comment back surprises me, too. If your members voted a certain way, then why don't you release a statement standing by it? Are you embarrassed? Are you ashamed? Are you shocked? Because we are.
Fair enough. We'll see if we still hear back. Rosanna, Are we still in this place where we're having a hard time in this country defining a woman or keeping spaces specifically for women?
I was thinking the same thing because, I mean, in D.C., they don't know how to describe a woman. They don't know how to define a woman. We've seen that time and time again. I think a Supreme Court justice, right, was struggling to find the words how to define a woman. Listen, this is more than membership policy. This is historic identity. It goes back to 1896 when Congress granted the Daughters of the American Revolution a federal charter to recognize women who could trace their lineage to revolutionary patriots. Okay, so there are plenty of organizations that deal with certain things, like if you're a veteran, you can't play around with that to join a veterans group. A police officer, firefighter, sorority. Those things start to change. Fraternity, you never know. But I do think that there's some things that should be sacred. The Daughters of the American Revolution should be one of them.
Yeah, founded by women, for women, Tom.
For women.
So what kind of biological male would want to disrespect that history?
Well, you can imagine it's probably people who sit on the board and they have a son who's going through this, transition or whatever it happens to be, and they want to support their kids or whatever. The thing is, it's so ironic because in order to become a member of this organization, you have to provide very detailed paperwork that shows that you can trace your lineage down to the people who founded this country. Except when it comes to your birth certificate, they say, oh, about that, forget it. Let's just go by your new Facebook profile. So I don't want to save them. Marsha Blackburn is fantastic. Marsha, you're doing great work. And I know that the sentiment is good. She's trying to save this organization. They don't deserve saving. They have to suffer. They have to be voted out. The people who are running this organization are running it into the ground. And so people have to rise up. I'm sorry, Marsha, don't save them from their own stupidity.
Yeah, what if I wanted to identify as someone who has direct lineage to our founders, Don?
Yeah, I don't think that works, right? And talking about the paperwork, they are very specific about what they want. I know people that are a part of this, and this is crazy to me. I agree with you, Tom. I don't think that they need saving. I really don't. And I think that although Marsha's ideas here are right in the global sphere, I think looking at this is not where we need to be wasting our time on the legislative game here. I feel like this is something that if they want to do this, let them do it. If their voters and the membership want to do this, let them do it. Women have been attacked on every level lately, and anything that women have that's separate has been completely dismembered. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this is no different than men and women's sports and all the fights that we're having. But at some point, these organizations have to do what they want to do for themselves. And I don't know, I'm feeling like if I thought about what I would feel like in an organization like that, and I'd obviously be unhappy with that decision, I would just quit. So at some point, the people who voted against this should either quit, they should start their own circumstance. But if we start legislating every single group and what groups can do, I think that's a little bit dramatic. And I also think every time I say this, where are the feminists? Where are the Gloria Steinems of the world? Why isn't she stepping up to say, no, women need to have their spaces? She's not stepping up when we're talking about women and men and women's sports or men and women's bathrooms, and this is no different.
That is a great point, and that goes back to my initial question, how did we get here?
That's right.
And so fast. Okay, thank you very much.
Be sure to... That is right. How do we get here? How do we get here? And tell me now, as much as you want to hate on Fox or whatever, or on me for that matter, why don't you call me and tell me, how can I be a better American citizen? Give me a call. I want you to teach me, what does a real American look like to you? What is how can I be a good American citizen? Give it to me. I want to hear it. Give me a call, 425-583-1155. I just want to have the knowledge. I want to hear you. I want to hear you say it. Say it. Tell me. Teach me. How can I be a better American citizen? Teach me the ways. Here we go. Let's see, John. I'm gonna give you this freebie, okay? And then you can call me, Dennis. They have openly said they have their sites on naturalized citizenships. So what? They aren't going to think you're one of the good ones. Okay, this is how retarded you are. Here it is. For any migrant that has become a naturalized American citizen, there are rules. Even if you are an American citizen, within 10 years, if you have committed fraud, you will lose that citizenship. If you have supported terrorist groups, you will lose your citizenship. The same goes for green card holders. And they're not allowed to become citizens. So what the fuck are you talking about? Give me a call. What I want to know is, how can I be a good American citizen? I want you to teach me, what does a good American citizen look like? How should I behave as an American citizen? Go ahead, come and teach me something. Come and teach me something that I don't know. Instead of putting dumbass comments on the chat, give me a call. Give me a call. Let me hear that perfect English that you speak. And I want you to teach me what a real American citizen looks like. Come on. Don't be afraid. I am your friend. I'm tough on you, but I'm still your friend. Come on. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody come together. Gotta love one another right now. Right now. Come on. Give me a call. Give me a call. Let me play the Boss. I love the Boss song. I have this thing, I call it the Boss. It's called Like the Boss, and this is the theme music that I put for President Trump. I love this beat. Play it. Hit it. Give me a call. Give me a call. I want to learn what it is to be a real American citizen. Teach me, how can you stop our enemies from taking over our country? How can I get rid of my accent? Please teach me your ways.
Is he here, kid?
Come on, people, call me. Shit, where you at? Call me. Tucking all that shit on the chat. Call me. I want to hear your voice. Man. John, get the fuck out of my chat. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get your sorry ass off my chat. The fucking coward. Next time, call. Let me see. We got a courageous person right here. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, how's you doing? It's your favorite president. By the way, I just wanted to say, Dennis, I think you're doing an amazing job. You're doing absolutely wonderful. And you know what? We've never seen anybody do it as good as you have. And, we just want to make sure that we can make America great.
Yes, sir.
And we want to make sure that we do it right.
Yes.
I mean, because we've never seen anybody do it quite like me. I mean, our war, in Iran, we're going to get it all together, and we're going to make sure we do everything appropriately. and we're going to get everybody on board. And I think you're doing an amazing job, and that's why I'm calling.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It means a lot coming from you, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, absolutely. You got it, Dennis. And by the way, everybody, I just wanted to say we have to make America great. And nobody is going to do it besides our country. No one is going to do it besides our country. And, we got to do it amazingly, and we got to do it gracefully. So everybody have a wonderful day, and take care, and have a great weekend ahead of you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. God bless you and your family.
You got it, man. You have a wonderful day, Dennis.
Take care. That was awesome, dude. That was awesome, bro. You made my day, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You made my day. I appreciate it. All the libtards, eat your heart out. Eat your heart out. President says he's on my side, and that's more than enough for me. I appreciate that. Thank you, President Trump, for giving me that call. You are phenomenal. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. You are the best. You are the greatest. You are the best POTUS. You're the greatest president in American history, and we thank you. We wouldn't be who we are today if it wasn't for you, sir. So thank you so much for everything you do. All right. With that being said, let's get back to the X account. Let's get back to the X account. I am very curious to see what's going to happen through my feed on the X account. I haven't checked it. This is something that I'm starting to do with you guys so that you guys can see what happens in my X account. Hey, a lot of Democrats come through my X account, and I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. So I'm going to share this with you guys so that you can read it and enjoy it with me. Here we go. Oh, Zoo Boy. I'm glad to see that you still want to come in here. I know you throw your little retarded comments in there, but you are learning some truth, aren't you? Let's go ahead and take a listen to Shift to Shift. Let's see what he has to say. Here we go.
The hearing to confirm Blanche, as you probably know, has been postponed because two of the Republican senators have concerns, issues. They want further clarification. And my strong urging is this: don't settle for too little. Don't settle for too little. This IRS agreement is a total sham. It was a result of a collusive situations lawsuit, as the judge in Florida found, where Trump effectively sued himself so that he could wring some tax benefit for himself. Don't settle for too little. And
when he said collusion, that just colluded, it reminded me of something. I can't quite put my finger on it. Collusion, Russia. Oh, Russia collusion. Oh, that's right. This is the guy that says that he had all this proof to put President Trump in jail for the rest of his life. All of a sudden, for some reason, all that proof just poof, disappeared. I don't know. This pencil neck watermelon guy, I don't know. I don't know where all that proof went, but, I'm glad that he's still out there hanging around, spewing bullshit out of his mouth.
And remember, this is a deputy attorney general who has presided over the weaponization of the department directed at the president's enemies, over seashells, over a video that some of my Senate colleagues made, the most blatant vindictive use of the Justice Department. That person should not be confirmed. Don't settle for too little.
Here's my take. You ready for this? Here's the take from the Dennis Herrera Show. My take is no one is above the law. Nobody. No one. Not even Shift to Shift. And they have been getting away with it, haven't they? That's right. They have been getting away with it. So I definitely want Todd Blanche to be the Attorney General. I don't care if the FBI, if the CIA, the NSA, I don't care what organization went after President Trump. I don't care what attorney generals. I don't care what party went against President Trump. I want every single one of them investigated because they made allegations, defamations. They said they had all these tons of proof against President Trump, and yet he was acquitted, 100% acquitted. He was vindicated. All charges done. Nothing convicts him to go to jail. Nothing. So yes, I want Comey to be investigated for the 8647. I want every single Democrat that said that they had all this information and proof on Russia collusion. Every single politician, dirty sons of bitches, that made accusations against their political opponent, as they say. I want them investigated. As an American citizen, I am calling for Todd Blanche to investigate every single one of these sons of bitches. Now what? Oh, the leftists were celebrating every fucking day during the Biden administration, rubbing it in our face. Oh, look, we're going to put Trump in jail. We're going to put Trump in jail. We're going to put Trump in jail. Shut the hell up. The truth is, 10 years, you losers have been trying to put something and pin something on President Trump, and you can't find shit to stick. But we have a lot of things that will stick on you fucking retarded, corrupted political Democrats. That's right, I said it. I hope that more Americans, real Americans, who actually give a damn about Americans, run for office. Listen, I know we want to drain the swamp and you think President Trump can do all that shit. No, they can't. We, the people, need to do actions. We can't just say this. We have to act on it. If you are a libtard and you say you want changes in this country, you want corrupted governments, make the change. But don't be a hypocrite. Don't ever vote for any politician that tells you that American citizens are last and that illegal immigrants are first. Biggest thing that you can just say, just check it that way first. Check that first. Who puts the American citizens first? Boom, go. You're stupid if you vote for somebody who tells you straight up to your face, I am putting illegal immigrants before your dumb ass. Am I wrong for telling you the truth? Am I wrong for telling you to give a damn about your country? Of course not. Of course not. You see what I'm saying? I know a lot of Hispanics. I know a lot of migrants that have come to this country that know what I know and even more than what I know about socialism and communism and lazy motherfuckers that are just a dead weight to every government. Think about it. How many millions of illegal immigrants do we have in this country? How many millions from Mexico? I got something for you. I think I share something. Now, bear with me. Bear with me. Oh, yeah, this is live right here on X. This is my homepage. Look at this handsome guy. That a beautiful, handsome migrant. Love that American citizen. God bless you, bro. Big kiss. Little gayish. I love myself. Here we go. Check this out. Now, you guys have seen the video. You guys have seen the video, but this is a twist. This is for somebody else, from another influencer. Her name is Mia Talias. Mia Talias. Let me go ahead and share this here. Remember her? You remember her? Yeah, she Mexican. Yeah. I remember her. Remember her? She Mexican. Listen to this brain. This is the mentality of the garbage migrants that we have allowed in this country. Watch the difference. on a migrant, as you know me, right? How I feel about America, how I feel about the countrymen who are American citizens, how I feel about law and order, how I feel about the prosperity of this nation, how I feel about protecting national security, etc., etc., etc. Well, this is the opposite migrant than what you are used to seeing here in the Dennis Herrera Show. Let's take a listen. And now, I'm going to let you know, this girl, not this one, but the other one that is making this short, causes up a storm even worse than me. She's probably a sailor. Let me just give you that warning right now. Here we go.
Hold your hand when I say this. I'm good. We do not move to America because we think it's a better country. Tell me more. We move here because it's a little less worse. Still gotta work on that English, I see. Because it's a little less worse. Worse is already a comparative form of more bad. You can't say less, more bad, but go on. It's a little less worse than our other countries. Doesn't sound like a valid reason to leave your country to me. Because you're stupid. We're stupid. You're stupid to think that we moved to this country for some hot dogs and some baseball. We have better... So go back there. We have better vibes. So go back to your country. Music. So food. Go. Culture. Back. History. There. Literally all of the above. So go back there. We just moved here because we don't care. We are looking to make more money. Don't give a fuck. If you support ICE. If you don't support. You support people getting destroyed. The country you live in. If you support families getting destroyed. Then live in the country you support. I hope you rot in hell. Okay. And I will see you there, babes. For sure. So you're going to hell too. Great. See, now I don't give a fuck where you're from because all of you ungrateful fucks act the exact same way. If you currently live in a country and all you do is shit on said country, then get the fuck back to the country you came from. Now, quick side note, if you are residing in any country in the world illegally, putting aside the fact that you are unhappy being in said country, you should be dealt with, you should be deported, and I could give a flying fuck what shithole you arrived to said country from. You're unhappy? Leave. You're illegal? Leave. And if you won't leave by yourself, there are people that would be happy to help out. And I will see you in hell.
Go back home. Go back home. Go back home, you libtards. Mia. I don't know Mia, man. She came through one of my YouTube feeds. That's what she came from. I just decided to share it on my X account. And of course, you guys already know some of the stuff that I put on here. We already watched it, so there's no reason to watch it again. But let's see. Navy SEAL explains why America couldn't win. Let me take a look at this. Let me see what this is.
Anybody who's been to Iraq or any of the wars, they know if we really wanted to win that war, we could win it fast. They don't want us to win it fast. What do you mean? If you just grabbed us and dropped us into Iraq and said you have 6 months to close out the entire thing, could we? 100%. If you grabbed all the Five Eyes, US, UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, they don't want us to. For a bunch of different reasons, but one of them is they don't want to see what clearing Fallujah actually means. What does it mean? They went door to door and killed every single male that was still there. Everybody who's willing to fight, they killed them all. That's how you clear the village. People don't want to see that. They don't want to realize that's a reality. So all your grandfathers are fighting in World War II. I promise you they weren't handing out Hershey kisses and handshakes. They had flamethrowers, for God's sake. You think they're going to give us a flamethrower now? No. We can't even use Claymore mines. A bunch of munitions you can't use, rounds you can't shoot people with, because now it's too cruel and unusual.
Is that being adhered to by the other side?
No, they're blowing you up. They're doing whatever they want to. That makes it very, very hard to fight.
So true. It's so true. Kurt, you're a retard. You obviously don't know how to have common sense. Look at Kurt. Look at Kurt. Kurt says, Dennis, I think she is referring to you. You're a fucking retard. Apparently, you don't know the descriptions that she gave. I think you're so scared that you travel around with your passport, birth certificate, and a green card on you every day just in case you see ICE. Well. Why not? I would be cooperating. Every American citizen should be happy and proud to be carrying all those documents with them. What is wrong with proving that you have an accent and you are Hispanic descent? What is wrong with proving that you are an American citizen? The stupidity of the comment is just, I think I'm just going to go get something to eat because these libtards are just so boring. So boring. Unbelievably boring. There's a phone number. Call me. Tell me how I can be a better American citizen. Tell me, what is it that you do to protect your country? How can you protect this country? Go ahead, Mr. Kurt Pratt. Fake ass username anyway. Go ahead, call me in and tell me, how can I be a better American citizen? Oh, 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 everybody wants kung fu fighting. Oh man, here we go. Let's see what this is. Here's a little update on the China-Iran thing. Let's take a listen to this while the libtards get the balls to call in.
From overnight, tensions yet again escalating in the Middle East after a few quiet days, one could argue. President Trump following through in his threats to hit back on Iran, unleashing a wave of heavy strikes in response to attacks on American forces in the region. Rebecca Heinrichs, Hudson Institute senior fellow. And Rebecca, welcome back to our program here. I want to get your commentary on what's happened over the past 12 hours and your commentary on this Wall Street Journal. The U.S. commander with a 2-week plan to escalate strikes in Iran. It reads that Trump could greenlight Cooper's, head of CENTCOM, option to 10 to 14 days of intensive airstrikes intended to cripple Iran's missile capability, despite warnings that the U.S. is running low on air defensive munitions. Or he could opt for a more limited military strikes in the hopes that diplomacy could be pursued. It's option 1 or it's option 2. What's your best guess?
Well, both obviously carry risks. I think that option 1 is going to give us the most likely positive outcome for the United States. And Admiral Cooper has had this list of targets now for a while. These targets would include, obviously, IRGC command centers. And we actually saw the United States hit some of those actually last night. But I think what he's talking about here is increasing the number of targets, increasing the tempo of strikes. One thing about the munitions, although I am very sensitive to this concern about getting low on munitions, the kinds of munitions we're actually lower on are the more exquisite longer range strike systems that we used in the beginning of the war to take out those air defenses. We've largely accomplished that. Now we have the shorter range munitions, and they're far more plentiful. Not to say we shouldn't be concerned about it, but I think it's not as much of a concern as I think people are making. We've got enough weapons for this particular military campaign.
That's an interesting take. I don't think a lot of people have had that take. Appreciate you sharing that. We'll see what gives. Meanwhile, Oval Office, Jackie Heinrich with a question to the Commander-in-Chief. Watch.
Thank you. Appreciate that. President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report.
This is a little bit redundant from what we saw earlier. So let's get to a more updated clip. And let me put down my X account here back to where it needs to be. Now, check this out. This is a wave of migrants. They stormed the city border as national emergency is requested. Well, well, well. When will they learn? Here we go.
Some really wild video here. Chaos at the border of Spain's North African enclave in Morocco. This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police. Their video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable tubes or arriving on shore another way, some of them wading in the water as they break through the gates to get to the other side. Sandra, this is
how powerful and wonderful Allah is to the Muslims. Yeah, Allah is so great that this is how those who follow Allah live like. This is it just proves that Allah is such a great God. These people are the very good example of what a real God does to their people. Yeah.
Reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through 2021, 2024, kind of similar to what we saw in Del Rio back in 2021. The socialist agenda, their platform literally says they want to abolish borders, abolish immigration enforcement, have complete freedom of movement. This is what it looks like in another country if they get what they want. Notice there is no resistance from the government whatsoever. These people are coming in without any obstruction. And if people don't know, Spain has a very left-wing government. Earlier this year, they did a big amnesty program for over 1 million illegal immigrants living in the country. They had 1.3 million illegal immigrants apply for that amnesty program between April and June. So that's what we call a pull factor, Sandra. They're looking for something like that. They know if they can just get their foot in the country, maybe someday that left-wing government will do another amnesty program. And you were just reading some of the wires. The locals want an emergency declaration.
What? You mean the same thing that I've been telling you guys for how long now? The socialist Democrats, that's what they're creating. Listen, if you are really an American citizen, there is no way that you should be voting for Democrats. I'm telling you right now, it has nothing to do with how righteous the Republicans are. No, it's not. They're not perfect. We got some bad apples in there as well. But I'm telling you, this is proof. If you don't want to listen, I can't help you. I can only show you the door, but you got to walk through it. That is exactly the mentality of criminals, of illegal immigrants. If we can just go into that country and stay there long enough, we will eventually get papers. That is the mentality. The moment that you tell them, the moment that you say, we're going to make every illegal immigrant a resident, and we're going to put them a path to citizenship, that is exactly what you're saying. Come in here. Millions are taking over Spain. Spain is fucked. There's no question about it. Spain has dug their own grave. They're going to lose their country. Listen, I don't care what conquistadores. I don't care about the Inquisition. I don't give a shit about any of that. All of those bad things that have happened to create a better Spain wiped out. Nobody knows how Spain became better. All the atrocities, all of those things that have been overcome are now a dead weight to sink him into the deepest part of the ocean. This is what I always tell you. We know the United States of America, every generation, every ethnicity, every country, every territory, every tribe, every people have tried to conquer the next person to them. We have a horrible history. But what a wonderful thing came out of all of that. They like to make you feel guilty. Listen to me, white people. I'm talking about the socialist Karens, the ones that carry the guilt, the white guilt. Listen to me. They like to tell you and remind you of the failures of your life so that you can go back to that. But I'm going to remind you of the failures of your life to tell you how great you have become. See, that's the difference between our God and Allah. Allah is Satan. Our God is the true God, creator of the universe, our Father. Satan seeks to lie and destroy you, just so you know. See, Satan uses the mistakes of your life to tear you apart and get you lost forever. But Jesus Christ reminds you of your failures, of the bad things that have come to pass in your life, to tell you that you are a better person today, to build you up, to give you hope, to give you a better future. The devil trashes you down so that you stay in sin, so that you stay destroyed. You understand? Do you understand why I have to be the guy that I am today? These libtards don't understand sweet words. They want you to be that Christian that puts the cheek and gets slapped and then put the other one. Go ahead. Hit me again. I like it. Give me another. No, fuck that shit. I am not Jesus Christ. I am a man who enjoys his freedom. And I want you to have your freedom, but respect mine. I want you to be prosperous. You don't have to wish me well. You don't have to be my friend. Just get the hell out of my way. Jesus Christ grabs your past, crumbles it up, and throws it away. Cleansed by the blood of Jesus. You are a new person. Renewed mind by the Holy Spirit. Hope and conviction to continue to fight for good, not evil. I'm here to tell you, if you have been failing in your life, you're still alive. Make a change. You got to make a change. I can't do it for you. You got to put your ego aside. If my words offend you, it's too bad. Let them burn your soul so that you may be cleansed. And I'm going to guarantee you that once you give up your ego and you accept the truth, you will become a free man or a woman. I don't give a shit what the devil tells you. I don't care what Christian tells me. You are not a Christian. I don't give a shit. See, I'm a free man. I am allowed to do anything. I can do anything. But that doesn't mean I should. Only you can make a choice. If you want to live like a libtard, if you want to be called a moron or retarded, by all means, continue to live that life. But you can't tell me that we're lying when we tell you the truth, that there's going to be nobody's perfect. The president's going to make mistakes. Everybody does. But to purposely be stupid, that is a choice that we can't make for you. Do you understand? I can make mistakes and I can look stupid for it. But I got to make a change. If I continue on that path, then I deserve what's coming to me. The God that I believe in, the God that protects the United States of America and Israel, He wants you free. He wants you to prosper. Forget about pain and disease. We all go through it. Only God, the true God, wants to save you from hell. If you have ears to listen to what the Spirit says, listen. It's your choice. You continue to make your choice. Those people who continue to break the law, they make their choice. You notice how Spain has leaned to the left? Look what happens to their country. Every single nation that leans to the left, to the socialist democrat, is garbage. It gets destroyed by their enemies. It gets destroyed by their own people. May God have mercy on us. And I want every American citizen to tell you something. I want to tell you something to every American citizen. You have a great country. I don't care if you're poor, rich, I don't give a shit. You have a great country. You understand? Even if you're poor, you are free. You can do things to stop being poor. You cannot sustain the poverty or the need of the world. It's impossible. If people don't change their mentality, they will always bring destruction no matter what country they live in. Let me tell you a story about a growing up brother in Honduras. This man, limited education, from Honduras, very poor. He stayed with us. We had a nice house. We had food. We had shelter, etc. for him. He lived with us for a while, so he became family. He became like my brothers. This man decided that he was not going to give up in life, even though he was in his 30s already. And he said, I'm going to make something of myself. And he went and suffered for years. People laugh at him. People told him he was done for. He will never amount to anything. Look at your past. You got nothing. And the world kept tearing him apart. He got this idea. If I make a box and I get 5 cents, he says, I can make a profit. And if I multiply that effort, I'll get more. Today, the guy is a successful business owner in his 60s. He has supported a family of 5 with him. His kids own their houses because of him. Because he didn't let the devil tear him apart. He continued to fight forward. Here's the key to his success. He gave his life to Jesus Christ and prayed and cried and sobbed in front of Jesus Christ and continued to fight for every scrap of wealth that he could, believing that God will give him the strength. He comes to the United States whenever he wants. His wife can go anywhere in the world. They get a visa. Those people who say Honduras is too poor, they continue to live in poverty. Instead of becoming business owners, instead of having new ideas and just edifying themselves and believing in God, instead of making their country better, they come to the United States of America illegally, and they amount to nothing. They come here and create so much wealth, and they lose it all. I'm going to tell you, I wish I was as good as he was. The man is such a hard worker. Sacrificed so much of his life. Was it worth it? That's between him and God. But I can tell you this, I have my utmost respect for him. I love him very much. Even though sometimes I feel like the kids don't deserve it because, well, they're not as good as he is. But he sure as hell do. He deserves everything and more. Hats off to him. Moral of the story is, people like this like what you're seeing right there in Spain, those people most likely will never amount to anything until they learn to be able to be good people in their country. And if they're not allowed to go to another country legally, they got to stay there. See, I put my faith on my God. They put their faith on their Allah, on their Muslim God. And that God doesn't provide shit for them. It provides anger, destruction, sexual immorality, sexual perversion. Islam doesn't bring anything of prosperity and peace to any country. Every single time you talk about Islam, they're always talking about conquering land, conquering people, violence against those who are not Muslims. How crazy is that?
It sounds like
The ministry's saying no, they will not deploy military to the border.
apparently they don't think this is an emergency. I mean, look at this. This is a total free-for-all.
It does feel like we are looking at a few years ago when you're reporting at the border here in the United States. This is happening right now. This story is breaking right now. And you're not just talking about hundreds, thousands of migrants are pouring over the borders as we speak.
Yeah, and again, I mean, just look here. Do you see any women or children? I mean, most people would call these folks so-called asylum seekers. These are all young guys just flooding into the country and overwhelming what, if any, border there is. It looks like there's just kind of a small barbed wire fence or something like that. But you can see the Spanish government was caught completely off guard here, and you have thousands of these men. I mean, it literally looks like, you often hear the word invasion, but it literally looks like one here. Look at that. I mean, you see the border fence there. They're all just going around it. And again,
the head of Spain's civil guard is calling this absolute chaos. In a brand new interview, he said, quote, "It's not possible to give precise numbers, but there are thousands of migrants crossing right now." He added that the border has totally collapsed, quote unquote.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. And for folks who don't know where this is a small Spanish city, autonomous in North Africa. It's actually in Morocco, but it does have Spanish autonomy. It's called Ceuta. So this isn't on the mainland of Spain. But these images, we've been looking at them on social media all morning. It's just stark to see that there is no resistance whatsoever. I mean, at least in Del Rio back in 2021, when those 20,000 Haitians were crossing the river, similar images to this, you had some border patrol there. You had Texas DPS there trying to stop them. Here in Spain, there is absolutely nothing stopping these folks from wading ashore and climbing the fences. And Sandra, look at that in the background. I mean, there are thousands upon thousands of these men just flooding the country.
And there are reported deaths as well of some of those that are crossing over by water. We're going to be on this. We're going to have brand new details as this story develops. We'll have those for you shortly.
Be sure to like and.
So there it is. There is the phone number. If you want to clown on us about this war in Iran, give me a call. Tell me, how would you stop it? Tell me, how would you protect your country? Give me a call. Don't be a retard on the chat. Give me a call and tell me. How would you handle it? Tell me what you do to protect your country. I don't care where you're from. I want you to call me and tell me, how do you protect your country? Where are you from? And what are you doing to help your country? Here we go. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling? Who? Who's this?
This is Zach.
Zach? Okay.
Crystal All Balls Heat.
What you calling about?
Are you on your YouTube show right now?
Go ahead.
Are you on your show right now? Are we live?
That's right.
Give me just a second. You got to get set up here. I got breaking news. You're not going to want to miss this. Let me get my colleague real quick. I'm trying to get everything set up. I've been trying to reach out to you for a month now. You see my text messages.
Oh, who's this then? I didn't get your name.
I go by Zach, but it's not my real government name. or AKA Crystal Allballs Heat, Philip J. Henry with an F. I got a lot of names. The Regulator.
All right.
I'm a government insider with all the tips that you need. I'm gonna give them to you so you can spread them to the rest of the world.
Now, don't give me conspiracies now. Conspiracy theories are not facts. It has to be proven.
I can give you pictures of documents, sir, is what I'm saying.
It's okay. Just go ahead and tell us.
I can get you pictures of documents is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I want to hear what you think about it. What do you got to say? You got to say it.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying here, Dennis.
I don't care about pictures or videos. I want to hear your own opinion. What do you want to share with us?
Everything that the American people believe is pretty much true.
But I want you to tell me that thing. What is it?
Yeah. Can I call back in a few minutes when I get better set up, Dennis?
All right, man. Fuck. Don't waste my time, man. Shit. Just listen. I don't need to grab a script. I don't have to go and look at a photo or a videotape to tell you what I know. You gotta know. You gotta believe what you say. You can't just go and look for shit to say. You see what I'm saying? Just tell me. I don't need pictures. I don't need videos. I don't need none of that shit. I appreciate the sentiment. I want you to have a conversation. Give it to me. Tell me. Hey, Dennis, you know what? This is happening. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Well, tell me. Well, this is going on and this is what's going on. Okay. Thank you. That's exactly what I want. What the? Somebody blocked the Cito. Come on. That was okay comment. It's not for me. The comment is not for me. It's about the color. I'm telling you. Listen. My show is not for you to give me conspiracy theories. Don't waste my time. I said, I want you, if you've been talking shit on my chat, I want you to go ahead and teach me. I want to know, how do you protect your country? There's a phone number right there, guys. Just call it. It's not a big deal. Just call it. Like Star here, speaking Spanish, well, give me a call. Tell me, how do you protect your country? Huh? I don't give a fuck if you think they'll never accept me. Nobody has to accept me. I'm already an American citizen. I don't need nobody's confirmation or permission. I'm already an American citizen. Who gives a shit? You are just a racist. Give me a call. Tell me, how do you do it better? Huh? Where are you from? What are you doing for your country? How are you protecting it? Huh? Tell me. Teach me. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Well? No, Silverback, give me a fucking call. Don't be a coward. Call me. Come on. Come on. If you're going to come into my chat and you're going to talk shit, give me a call. Kurt, call me. Give me a call. Call the number, guys. Don't be cowards. Call. Salty. Come on, man. Stop wasting time. Stop wasting time. There's a phone number. Call me. Tell me, who is your God? What does your God do for you? A ver, cabrón, pues llámame, pendejo. A ver, llámame. ¿Dónde están tus huevos, cabrón? A ver, llama por teléfono, cabrón. Look at Jesus Gay. Jesus Gay Let's go. Let's go. This is what I want right here. Let's see. Hey, thanks for calling.
God. Hey, how you doing?
Good. Who's this?
Hey, are you live?
Oh shit! Rob, mute the video.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
This guy, man. This guy's. I mean, oh, you're not worth shit. Well, call me and tell me how can I be worthy of being an American? How can I protect my country? These people are so fucking retarded. Go ahead. What you got to tell me, brother?
I'm from Florida. Just to start.
Okay. Well, this is sorry, guys. This is a common sense person. I take it from Florida.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, a couple things. I don't know if I'm off topic or not, but I was, yesterday I was watching this stuff on Fauci, and of course, a lot of people on the internet are saying, yeah, we're going to get this guy, and I typed it back to him. I was like, look, every time somebody goes into Congress, all they seem to do is take the fifth.
Yeah.
The fifth. And I'm like, nothing ever happens to these people at all.
I know, man.
I look like you look at like Elon Omar, and yet we know, and that she's committed some crimes.
Yeah.
And they have, but they do nothing. They never do anything.
It's frustrating, man. I know. I'm with you. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it always seems like the people below them, no name people, are the only ones that would get arrested.
Yeah.
And if we have an FBI, why aren't they taking care of business and cleaning things up the way they're supposed to be cleaned, you see? And and all these people who have shows all keep on saying, we got them.
Right.
No, we don't got them.
Yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah, I hate that.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, like this whole thing, it pisses me off as well, just as you said about other shows, is that they do this clickbait, Oh, finally, she's going to, no, there's nothing happening. What? Don't clickbait for views or, fuck, man, just be honest. Like a lot of people just want to be famous or something. I don't know what the hell, if they will just lie for money. I don't lie for money. Listen, it's taken me a while to get, where we're going right now, and I get a lot of wonderful Americans that just keep joining us, but I every person that comes here negative or with comment, okay, tell me what would you do? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they never give me any clarity on anything. All they want to do is bitch and complain or just lie so that they can get some clicks and views. And I'm not about that. I tell people every day, I don't need your affirmation or confirmation. Either you're here and you wanna be hanging out with us and stuff, fantastic. But I don't need your confirmation. I don't need your friendship. I just want you to protect the country that you live in. If you're an American, man, you better be on my side because we are fighting for American rights and American countrymen. If you're an illegal immigrant, just shut up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, stay quiet, make your money, and go about your business. But don't come over here pretending that you have every single right that Americans have, because they don't. I want Ilhan behind bars. I want Shifty Schiff to be behind bars. I want Nancy Pelosi. I want every single one of these corrupted Democrat politicians who have proven themselves to be criminals themselves behind bars. I still haven't seen, what's his name? What's the guy's name that just got hit with some rape accusations from Congress? Remember? What was his name? I forgot.
The guy who was running? Are you talking
No,
about
not the Nazi, the congressman. Right. What's his name? The one that slept with the Chinese spy.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I have his face, but I forgot his name. I don't care about these people, but I do want to see them behind bars. There's no way that somebody just said, you raped me, and then you're still out there? Like, you're free? Wait a minute.
Yes, but then again, we get, people in MAGA, for example. I don't know if it's even the president. He's saying, Elon Omar has married a brother, and then also all these other people who have all these houses that are, supposedly, one or two bedrooms, and, they got 5 or 6 or whatever it is. And who was that? I don't remember which politician that was.
Swalwell.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, Well, if we have this information that or even our president is telling us, how come? And I'm thinking, okay, we never hear about it because they're building the case, right?
Right.
And that takes a long time. That's the only thing I can gather in my head. Yeah, you're building a case. This takes some time.
Yeah.
But really, Freedom of Information Act will give you the information you need, does it not?
Right.
So why are we waiting if we already know it?
It's frustrating, man.
And they cannot convince me they don't know this stuff. So why are they being protected by the FBI? You know, what's going on here?
Well, and I mean this corrupted politicians, they're over here crying, don't weaponize the government. No, it's too late for that, motherfuckers. You guys are going to be you're found out already. They need to weaponize the government against these corrupted politicians. Nobody's above the law. That's just my take.
Yeah, obviously I agree with you. You know, the sad thing today, I just found out within minutes ago, right before I caught you on the show, was that now you got Spain being invaded by Moroccans.
Yeah, it's been happening, man. I think that Spain has their crime rate went up to like 400%. They got all these women that are being raped by these Muslims coming in there because, you know, they're allowed to do it because the religion says it's okay. It's like, how can you, even, I don't give a shit what religion tells you that. If you are raping our women, bruh, it's never right. I don't care if that's a religious right that you have. You just don't do that. You don't do that to our women here. If we were living in Viking times right now, I can tell you we will be shooting these motherfuckers coming in here trying to rape and pillage our women. You know what I'm saying?
Well, now you're getting into a realm of demons.
Well, yeah, you know, this.
In my opinion, this
it really is
stuff going on. You know, it's not just, you know, a religion of, well, this is my religion. And you read deeper into it, it's like, no, this is demonic stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm a Christian. So, you know, I don't like to judge, obviously. Even Christians aren't supposed to judge. But you can't not see with your eyes and not know what's going on.
Right.
That's simple. You know, it used to be when I was young, yeah, you hear about demons and stuff. But then as you got older, you start seeing the stuff happen.
Yeah, you see it more and more. Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, with the invention of what we have now, with the phone, right? You can see way deeper into what's going on now than you could ever have imagined before.
Right.
So now we're seeing this, and you know, thank God, like you said not too long when I was watching the show, you said, you know, now. You know, we have a president who's trying to close these borders, who's trying to get these people out.
He's trying to protect his country, yeah.
Now, just a question. Are you from Texas?
No, I'm from Honduras.
Okay, no, I mean, in the United States right now, you're in
Yeah.
Honduras?
I'm in Washington State, blue state.
Okay. So
Seattle, Washington.
Okay. So I'm like watching the Muslims grow. And, you know, you hear about what's going on in Texas, but a lot of people don't understand. Even Florida is massive with the Muslim nation.
Oh yeah, no, they march on the streets like they own the streets. They own the state of Florida. That's how they do it.
Yeah, well, they're trying to do that with every state now. So
yeah,
but I couldn't believe it. I've never seen that before. I walked into a Golden Corral.
Yeah,
all of them are in the middle, and all the white people are by the windows. And I was like, this is very strange. I've never seen anything like this. Like, what's going on here? But I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Do you know why? You say you're a Christian, but let me drop this little piece, this little nugget on you. Do you know why nobody knows the date, the time, or the hour when Jesus Christ is coming back but the Father? Do you know why the Bible says that?
No, I don't.
The reason why the Bible says that, remember this. Remember the story of Lot?
Okay, yeah,
right?
Lot's wife to the pillar of salt.
Right. So the biggest thing that you can take from that is this. If there was 100 good men, there wasn't. If there was 50, if there was 10. See, if we're fighting this that is trying to happen to us, then God would allow us more time. He will make a decision when it's time. He obviously knows when the time is. We don't. But I don't want to be that generation that says, oh, you know what, I'm just going to, all these religious things are lies, I'm just going to drop it. What's going to happen is going to happen. No, I want to be in the fight. I want to know for myself that I live in a generation that said, just like Paul before he died, I fought the good fight, I ran the good race, and I'm gonna go to sleep believing in Jesus Christ. That's exactly how I want to live my life. And the Bible gives us all these little stories so that we can make sense of what happens in our lifetime. A lot of people want to blame God for natural disasters. It's painful, right? You lose loved ones and all this stuff. They want to blame God. But those who really believe in God, we know that we are here just temporary. How we leave this earth, we don't know. But whatever shape and form is that we leave this earth, meaning to die, all that matters is where are we going after this life?
Correct. That's it. That's the main thing right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Hey, thank you so much for calling. Let me see if somebody's trying to call in, and let's see if they can get through.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, God bless you, man. Thank you for your input. I appreciate you.
You too, my friend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, somebody else was trying to call in. Go ahead and try it again. Yeah, it's you can say and think whatever you want. I want to say this. I want to say this. If you have something to say, you can call in, and you can either show us how to make sense of things, or you can make an ass out of yourself. It's up to you. All I know is that every time I open up the phone lines, about half of the people leave. I don't know why. I don't understand why that happens. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, this is Mark.
Hey, Mark. What you got for me?
Missouri. Man, I just thank you for your voice screaming out. I mean, I feel like I've been screaming about Islam forever. And even from all my Christian brothers and sisters, oh, that's just mean. I'm like, I love history.
Yeah.
I love studying, the Quran. Muhammad, you just have to look at his life, what they did, what he taught, and go, this is exactly what they do. I mean, Mark Stein, I don't know, I would recommend a book. Mark Stein wrote America Alone back in 2006. And it was basically how Europe is going to become Muslim because of the birth rates, of the local Europeans and just the birth rates of the Muslims. And it's the same with America. Yep. I mean, you look.
It's humanity. It's humanity. It's who we are. Go ahead. Continue. You're right.
And I don't think anybody has the fortitude to really do what is going to need to be done. And I hope men will look in their pants, find their balls, and realize that, Vlad Dracula, Vlad the Impaler, like this is what we have to do. And we've really caused it because what we need to do is the Muslims that we kill in other countries, like they need to be eaten by pigs. Yeah. Because war is just as much of a psychological warfare as it is physical. And if the only thing they fear is going to hell, then you find out what in their view is going to send them to hell. Yeah. And if they don't fear dying, blowing themselves up because they'll get a bunch of virgins, they'll get, praised, then how do you fight that?
Yeah.
The only way, and it irritates the crap out of me because I feel like this, I've coined Western Christianity as it's pretty much dead because it's feminized and cucked. Yeah. And it's all about this feeling, be nice. Yep. I'm like, Jesus knew when to make a whip. Yep. He very gracious, but loving your enemy does not mean let your enemy rape your neighbor.
That is correct.
Or rape your kids. Loving your neighbor doesn't mean let them, hurt your kids.
Yep.
It's like, it's been totally feminized. And I appreciate, men like you that are out there just screaming. You're screaming and you're like, you wonder if anybody's hearing, but hopefully we can get enough voices to, I don't know.
Yeah, eventually, here's the thing, and the Bible says this, Jesus Christ is going to come back when his good news has been preached around the world. And the reason why he says that is because when people start yelling from the pits of hell, I am so sorry, I didn't know. No, there'll be no excuses. right? I always forget how to say it in English, but it's something like the gnashing of teeth, right? Everybody's going to be complaining.
Oh yeah, weeping gnashing of teeth.
There you go, and it's something that, but when that comes, there's nothing that we're not even going to have feelings for you anymore. It's not going to hurt us to see you burning in hell. It's not gonna make us feel bad when we see you burning in hell. It's this whole there is a mystery. There is a mystery that we can talk about it, but because it is something that only God can reveal to people, it's always going to be some sort of science fiction theory. I can tell you this. Just because you don't see a certain color on this earth, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are animals that see more colors than we do. Just because we don't see it, it doesn't mean that it's not there. There is a lot of invisible things that we get from the sun. We don't see them, but they go right through our body. Our bodies are not solid. But because we are constrained to the reality of what we live in as humans, we think God is also constrained. For example, somebody put a comment on the chat that, that when we die, we go to the ground, not straight to heaven. Well, if you're thinking in our time as humans, that is true. But the God that I believe in, he's omnipresent. He's everywhere. And in the time, he is time. So he can be in the past, present, and future at the same time. There's not something that us humans can quite capture. So when somebody dies, they could be going straight to heaven. But in our human time, they just got buried, and that's where they are.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a battle against, these evil forces and not the flesh and blood. And I just irritates me that you have men that call themselves Christian, and it's like they allow this to happen because they're so afraid to be offensive or stand up, against what's clearly evil.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be truly getting in bed with demons to not go, this kind of stuff is evil, and we need to do whatever it needs to stop it.
Yeah. Well,
it's just gonna keep spreading.
This is what I always say. I'm not the kind of Christian that you want me to be. If you want to be the kind of Christian that is soft-spoken, doesn't use profanity, it's, you are as perfect as you can be. You'll never be perfect, but you're a very good Christian. I admire you, and I love you for that. Let me fight. Let me talk the way that I talk. And then you pray for me. That's what I want. You pray for me that evil doesn't take us. Our anger is righteous anger. It's not evil anger. It's not hateful anger. Because as much as I call these people names and retarded and libtards, they don't like that. I get it. But that is meant to incommodate them. Is that a word? Incommodate? I'm thinking in Spanish. It makes you uncomfortable. It makes you want to be defensive, and it makes you think about what's going on. It's meant to make you uncomfortable. It's meant to give you some stress so that you can react to it and be like, okay, wait a minute, what did he call me that? You're supposed to be able to analyze, critically think about what's happening when somebody says this. And when people call me names, okay, why? Tell me why. When you argue with me, why? Let me know. What is it? And then it's just like it triggers my response, and it triggers me to think and analyze what that person is saying. And if it's not true, proven throughout history and in my life experience, then I'm going to call it. I'm going to call a lie when there is. So I just say, you know what? Don't even call me a Christian. If you want to be a nice, soft, fantastic Christian, do that. Just like, and I'm going to finish on this, and I know that parables suck, but it is what it is. Listen, if you think that eating pork is bad, don't eat it. Don't eat it. If you think eating beef is good, eat some beef. You know what I'm saying? This is not like, something that it's strictly what it is. It's more like a metaphor. Right? If you believe that you should always be very nice to people, which I do believe in respecting people, and you believe that you should never retaliate when somebody's being rude or being violent towards you, okay, that's you. But that's not me. I feel like if I can win a fight, I'm going to pick it. I'm going to pick the fight and defend myself, especially my family and those that I love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you can walk away with it, I will say this, and I tell my children this. I said, look, I always walk away from fights, even when they call me a coward. I walk away. The moment they lay hands on me, they are fucked. That's all I have to say. And you know, and other Christians, you don't have to do that. You can walk away and continue to walk away. I'm going to say this. One of my brothers, well, both of my brothers, any Christian that doesn't believe in violence, fantastic. You guys are fantastic. But I'm going to tell you, I am like Peter, not a denier, but a fighter. Mm-hmm. I will make sure that you learn a lesson because I love you. I want you to stop being an asshole. So I'm going to kick your ass, and then I'm going to teach you to be nice. You know, that's just the way it is. That's so horrible. That is not Christian-like, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I would say there's a reason we could leurn from the Crusades and why they've kind of tried to wipe things from history. So,
yeah, here's the thing about the Crusades. I in my history, Christopher Columbus and the Spanish conquistadors, right? The colonizers, they came to the Americas, and I can take to learn something from history, right? That they came in and they did all these things, right? And I can say, you know what? Thanks to them, thanks to the bad things that they did, I mean, they didn't do it the right way, but nonetheless, the word of God came here, one way or another. Remember, the God will use even a rock, if he has to deliver his message. So he even used his own devil to bring us the word of God here to the Americas. And I will tell you this, if it wasn't for the conquistadors, if it wasn't for the Spanish that came and did all the stupid shit over here, we would still be sacrificing our own people to a rock. If you ever go to Honduras, we have some Mayan ruins, and I will show you the rocks where they lie people on, and so that their chest will stick out because it's easier to stab and get their heart out. I am telling you, we were freaking savages. And if it wasn't for that bad history from the Spaniards, we would still be doing those kind of things. You know what I mean? So yeah. I think something good comes out of bad sometimes. And we always pray that evil doesn't overtake us. But we got to continue telling the truth, man. And it doesn't matter whose feelings get hurt. If it's better for you, I'm going to tear you apart until you are blessed.
Well, you hang in there in Seattle, man. You're in like one of the belly of the beasts.
A couple of years we're going to run. We're going to run for office in a couple of years.
Well, say hi to Michael Savage if you see him there. So.
All right, brother. I will.
All right. Take care, man.
Good. Bye. Yeah, religious. You can believe whatever you want to believe. All I know is that the Holy Spirit is going to guide you to be who you need to be, and just listen. Just listen. If something is bad, don't do it. I will tell you this. Jesus Christ went into his temple and started whipping people. And it happens. Jesus Christ whipped people into shape. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Who do we got from Texas?
Hey, boss man, it's Philip J. Henry.
Hey, Philip, how you doing, brother?
Doing pretty well, my man. How are you doing? I love your show.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Hey, I just wanted to call in and kind of pick your brain and see what your thoughts were on how Israel is cucking the United States.
What do you think about it?
I think it's awful. I think that I voted for a president that wasn't supposed to be lobbied from foreign countries, and now he's completely leashed by a foreign country, and now we're fighting on behalf of a foreign country.
Yeah. What do you think about China, Russia, and North Korea?
Well, I mean, I personally don't think that we should have a problem with Russia. I think that we should try to strengthen our alliance with Russia and China as well.
That's what Trump has been trying to do, but that's all bullshit.
For sure. It is bullshit. Unfortunately, we don't look to strengthen the ties with countries that we need to strengthen them with. We strengthen them with ones that are blackmailing us.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing with Israel is a friend. So we're always going to look like we're compromised because we're helping our friends. But I will tell you is that can you mute the YouTube?
Is there something planned?
It's echoing on my phone,
Oh, sorry.
so it's going to echo more to the audience.
There you go.
So you have to look at it this way. You know, it's even if you don't like Israel. Okay, let's say I don't like Israel. I still see what Israel is doing in the Middle East, and I know all these accusations. I that's okay. Nobody's clean of nobody's is perfect. Nobody's clean of sin. Okay, everybody's dirty. Everybody. We're dirty. They're dirty. Everybody's dirty. Nobody can judge. All I can tell you is that Israel has been fighting terrorists on the other side of the ocean. In one way
They've
or
also been
another.
fighting a bunch of little kids and stuff too.
Well, I mean, they put AK-47 on a 7-year-old. That kid is no longer a kid. Now he's a soldier. He's a threat. But what I'm saying is that, you know, they're fighting all these terrorists, yes, who use their own innocent children to war against Israel and us. And you know, they're fighting the enemies that have been warring against us, and they keep saying death to America. So whether I like Israel or not, I know that they are fighting my enemy. And if you can say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, you can go ahead and use that form with Israel. I support
think that
Ukraine.
The tying between our military and their military was a good decision.
Yes,
Why?
I agree, but I think we should be even closer than that.
You think we should be closer? Like we should make them the 51st state?
Oh man, absolutely. I'm glad you went there because
Why do you
I
think
really
that?
would. If
So
we
you're a Christian, but you support the people that think that our Messiah is burning in hell and sperm and excrement?
sure they're going to be judged by God, not by me,
But why do you want to be their friends?
because I think that they're doing a good thing for us in one way or another. They are. Now, so the reason why I mentioned that is because, let's be honest, none of the countries that don't like us are going to be our true friends. So sometimes we have to fake it until we make it, they say. But Ukraine, South Korea, I support these countries. Do you support Ukraine and South Korea?
No, I don't support Ukraine at all. I think that they need to concede. I think they have a puppet leader.
Why? Well, besides the leader, forget about the
Zelensky was
leader.
instilled and not elected, and now he doesn't want to proceed with more elections because he doesn't want to be thrown out of office.
Okay, so let's say you take away the president. Russia's still going to do what they're doing with Crimea. How do you feel about that? If you remove Zelensky, would you allow? Are you saying that you allow Russia to do what they want?
Yeah, I think that Russia should annex Crimea for sure.
Okay, Ukrainians disagree with that, even without Zelensky.
Well, I mean, that's a valid point, but I'm not Ukrainian. I mean, I'm just giving you my opinion.
I got you. Yeah, no. So the reason why I mentioned that is because you have to look at these countries, right? Even though there might not be a good interest to us, they are fighting those who are enemies to us. Russia is not our friend. Let's not be kidding ourselves. China is not our friends. Let's not be kidding ourselves. North Korea is not our friends. Definitely not our friends. Let's not kid ourselves. So we have to support these other countries that might even give us a hope or a chance to be even greater. I know it doesn't really make sense to you because you can see what I'm looking at inside my brain, but I can tell you is this: the Arabs, they're seeing what Iran is doing. They see in the black sheep of their family acting out. Even though all these Arabs can be Muslims, I can tell you that even they themselves are against these extremist Muslims. Even if you and I agree that women are not property, that we don't agree with Sharia law or whatever, even the Muslim Arabs disagree with the extremist Muslim regime. They don't agree with this whole taking over the United States of America. They believe that Muslims should be peaceful. I mean, it should be. Whether the religion is true or not, I don't give a shit. I think it's satanical, but that's just my opinion. And I'm still willing to live with people as long as they respect our Constitution and the laws here of the United States of America. The problem is that when we don't start seeing the need of the people and we just start judging the whole country because of their leader, I think that's when we start making mistakes. Like one of the things that I argue the most in here is like, okay, get over the TDS, forget about Trump being this person, so that we can have a conversation, and I always ask people, okay, how would you protect this country? how would you show me how to be a better American citizen? And the answer is always Trump sucks. And I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about you and me. How are we better American citizens? How can we protect our country? And it always comes down to how much Trump is a pedophile, Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to take that person out, because whether we like it or not, it is our job to defend our country. And I think that in this case, whether I believe Netanyahu is innocent, he's not a war criminal. I don't see it that way. You know, I see the help that he's giving his so-called enemies. I mean, nobody's stupid to do what Israel is doing with their enemies, giving them food and help and all this shit. I think it's dumb. I think I would just annihilate our enemy. That's just the way I think. But at the same time, it's, you know, I don't care about Netanyahu. I don't care about Zelensky. But I do care about the Ukrainian people. I do care about the Israelis who are good. I do care about the Iranians that are good. I don't give a shit about the Iranian regime, but I do care about the Iranians. Just like here. I don't give a shit about the illegal immigrants that are in here. My priority is to make sure that American citizens, rightful American citizens, have their rights and their freedoms protected. That's all that I care about. If Trump is found to be guilty of something, then he's going to pay the price for that. If Trump is not accepted in heaven, I don't give a shit. I don't make that call. We'll let God judge every single one of us. But I can tell you that it's important that we continue to have Israel, and that I really believe, even if Trump doesn't want to do it, that we should side with Ukraine. Because Russia, China, and North Korea, they got nukes pointed at us. And
yeah, but they could be our nukes if we made friends out of them and stopped helping the little guy.
They will never be our friends.
Yeah, we could at least be on good terms. We wouldn't have to worry about another Cold War.
Well, you and I know that President Trump is bullshitting when he says he has a great relationship with them. But we're just going to play along. I don't believe that we have any great relationship with China or Russia. I think it's all about don't fuck with me, and we can continue to trade as good friends. But they're not. That's not a real relationship. You know what I'm saying? It's not a real friendship.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So what do you think about where do you think the war in Iran is going to take us? How does that actually come to an end without us being there for 10, 20 years?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be 10, 20 years, but I do think that we need to step it up. There's one thing that I disagree with Trump, and I mean, he's right. I'm wrong. But the one thing that I disagree with Trump is, you know, I, like many vets over here, I'm not a veteran, by the way, but many vets that I talk to over here, they all tell me the same thing. They want to have boots on the ground. They want us to go in there and declare war. You know, our warriors, American soldiers, they want these people gone. And, you know, and I agree with that. But President Trump, he cares so much about money and making deals that he doesn't want to annihilate them completely. He really wants to give them a chance. And I don't believe anything that Iran says about any deals. They have broken so many deals that they made with Israel. They have betrayed even their own allies, their own people they betrayed. I don't think a deal can be made. I think we should just go and destroy them. I think we should declare war.
So that's your idea, that would be the only resolution to this, is to just completely wipe it out?
Yes. Not Iranian, just the Iranian regime. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, how do you wipe out just the regime and not everybody?
Well, everybody that supports them. That would be millions of people dying.
I was going to say that's the whole country.
Well, they said 80% to 90% of the people are against them, but I don't know. You know, that's something that we will never really quite be sure of.
Break out the roach spray, I guess. We got to take care of that.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I mean, what can we do? Are we going to fight each other over something that is not even, affecting us here? Like, why should you and I be fighting with things that we don't fucking have any idea about? You know what I mean? Like, we hear what we hear and we see what we see, and we can take, deductions from it. We can create our own opinions and have our own ideas. But at the end of the day, there's really no fact. I mean, I can't call it a fact unless I'm there and I'm looking at it. So I have to take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? And
I hear you.
All I can tell you is this: I don't want any country or any religion, for that matter, that says death to America. I just can't trust them, especially when they
So
kill
in
their own
that
people.
way, I just want to ask this. Debt to America makes you want to distance your ties, but your Messiah, the one that died on a cross and saved you and died for your sins, him being in hell and burning in excrement and sperm, that's okay? We can be friends with those people?
He went to hell and grabbed everybody out of hell when he died.
But the Jews say he's still there.
Yeah,
The current modern day Jews say
Yeah.
that he's still in hell right now.
Yeah,
We
well,
believe he went to hell and came back.
That's right. Well, fuck those Jews. I don't care about those Jews. I care
Yeah,
about
but
Israel.
That's like all of the Jews for the most part.
But remember, who is Israel? It's not just the
Mostly a
Jews.
Jewish, ethnically
No,
Jewish
no.
country.
Israel is God's people. Now, whether they be Jews or Hebrews or even Israeli Palestinians who are citizens now or whatever, those who are in Israel, the land, right? That's God's people. But those who turn against them, well, God's going to judge them and God is going to deal with them. Whether they believe in Jesus Christ, they already know what's coming to them. You know, this is crazy, right? Do you remember what the number is of the people that are in heaven during the prophecy of John and Revelations? Do you remember the number? It's just one number that it gives you. How many people from Israel?
I don't remember the
right?
number.
From God's people. How many people are out there worshiping God? It's 144,000. Ouch. That tells me the majority of them are not going to heaven. But we will all be judged, my friend. I'm going to tell you, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, don't worry about that, man. Let God judge them. We are going to go and do our political movement according to our laws, whatever our country is doing. The only reason why I'm against these Democrats is because they are putting illegal immigrants first and they don't care about securing the border. That tells me right there off the bat, they don't give a shit about us. That's my biggest problem.
They want
with
us
them.
to be replaced and diluted until there's no culture left in the United States.
That's true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hey, thanks for your call, man. Good job.
God bless
Good
you,
question.
Dennis.
Yeah, be good. Legit questions, legit concerns. I think it's fantastic when people disagree with me or question what I say on my show. That's what it's supposed to be about. But, you know, it's anything, you know, maybe he disagree with me, right, on everything that I said. But I appreciate the respect. I appreciate the respect. What I believe is what I believe, and that's exactly what I want to stand on. I will say this, anything that goes against the United States of America, most likely I'm going to be opposing. It's that simple. It's really very, very simple. So, you know, I appreciate that. Now, this jerk right here is probably not going to be so nice. Hey, Robert, what's up?
I don't know if you saw my comment, Dennis, but we need to turn our sister Pamela blue.
Why? What happened?
Just so Streamlabs will leave her alone.
Only members get blue. The people that are members, they get to be blue, and they become admins. That's how that works, brother. Stop promoting negative. You're acting like you're acting like a libtard, giving prizes to everybody.
Tanya even mentioned it, so.
Yeah, not everybody. So the thing is that when people are blue, a lot of people, they don't realize they're not members anymore because they stay blue. But when I take away the admins, those who are not members, right? Because at some point they were members.
Yeah, they don't turn green.
Right. So then oh shit, I'm not even a member anymore, and they will go and renew. That's how that works. It's part of the privilege, right, of being a member, that you get to be protected a little bit. But with that being said, enough of the calls. I'm going to go ahead and... all right, brother. Love you, man. We're going to go ahead and get to our next clip. We're going to go ahead and go to our next video here. This is from Magno News. We're going to hear from the Justice Department uncovers a huge taxpayers fraud scandal in Columbia, South Carolina. Well, let's take a listen, see what this is all about.
Good afternoon.
Wait, before we start, I want to say, hey, if you called in, thank you so much for calling in, for participating. Thank you guys for becoming members. Thanks for subscribing. Thank you for making conversation. I appreciate it. And thank you for the support, man. These callers came in and gave me words of encouragement. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. You guys are love. Pamela, my sister Pamela says, I have him fighting for me. Thanks. I'm here no matter what. I appreciate that. Yeah, there are some privileges to being members, even though some people probably don't even see that privilege. You know what I'm saying? But there is a privilege. All right. With that being said, let me go ahead and play this. I want to say thank you if you called in. I appreciate you. Those people who are very hateful in the chat, I wish that you can put, if you don't want to call in because you're keyboard warriors back there, put it on the chat. Tell me, how can I be a better American citizen? All right, let's go ahead and watch this video while I answer my wife's phone call.
My name is Colin McDonald, Assistant Attorney General for the National Fraud Enforcement Division at the Department of Justice. 115 days ago, based on the vision of President Trump and Vice President Vance, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced the creation of the Fraud Division at the Department of Justice. And in the last 115 days, the DOJ has announced hundreds of major fraud enforcement actions across the country, including prosecutions against fraudsters targeting billions of taxpayer dollars meant to support our needy, sick, and elderly. That is our core mission: to protect taxpayer dollars and stop the brazen theft of America's wealth and generosity. Now, to achieve this mission requires all hands on deck, a dedicated coalition of state and federal public servants committed to guarding taxpayer dollars like they guard their own bank accounts. And today, with these folks behind me, we're putting fraudsters on notice that many hands have joined the deck, and we are at our stations to join the fight against fraud. In addition to our gracious host, the governor of the great state of South Carolina, with me today are U.S. attorneys, state attorneys general, secretaries of state, state treasurers, auditors, directors, inspectors general, the FBI, HSI, and other partners from 7 different states across the Southeast. These partnerships are critical to solving our nationwide fraud epidemic. Fraudsters thrive on government agencies not partnering, not sharing data, not sharing intelligence. The fraud-fighting team assembled here today is resolved to work together to break those cycles and bring the fraudsters out into the light. When federal prosecutors work with state agencies to share leads, data, and strategy, the American people win. Better intelligence, better cases, better training, more money returned to victims, and more fraudsters behind bars where they belong. Just today, the Fraud Division signed data sharing agreements with 10 state agencies represented here across 6 states to formalize our shared commitment to the responsible sharing of publicly available corporate registration and government's benefits payment data for early fraud detection. This is an operational partnership, faster access to critical data, and joint work streams that enable us to move quickly when fraud indicators emerge. That speed matters. Every day we cut between detection and disruption and imprisonment protects taxpayer dollars and strengthens the integrity of our federal and state programs. Beyond the data streams that are now starting to flow, we are forging more and better relationships with our state partners. For example, in North Carolina, federal prosecutors are working directly with state program leaders responsible for overseeing federally funded programs, searching for criminals committing Medicaid, SNAP, and daycare fraud. These same prosecutors have created a channel for the North Carolina Department of Insurance to directly refer fraud cases involving illegal aliens who are defrauding the American taxpayer. The Northern District of Mississippi, represented today, has formed a fraud task force comprised of various federal and state stakeholders. The Northern, Middle, and Southern Districts of Florida have done the same with the Florida Anti-Fraud Task Force to protect public benefits programs. This is a historic collaboration in Florida from Tallahassee to Miami to attack fraudsters who exploit SNAP, unemployment benefits, and other taxpayer-funded programs. In addition to these partnerships, the DOJ is announcing today that since the 4th of July, our southeastern U.S. attorney's offices have charged 12 additional defendants with defrauding taxpayer-funded programs. These cases reach over $90 million in intended losses. And you'll hear more about those from our U.S. attorney's offices in a minute. One scheme targeted food stamp benefits in the Southern District of Florida. On July 8th, 4 defendants were charged for concocting a scheme to convince food stamp recipients to sell their federal benefits at a discounted rate in exchange for cash. The scheme caused nearly $20 million in fraudulent EBT transactions at a quick stop convenience store in Miami. 2 of the co-conspirators are foreign nationals, and 1 even has a pending final order of removal from the United States. And as the allegations allege, he is charged with defrauding the American taxpayer. As of today in that case, 3 of the 4 defendants have been arrested. Most recently, one of the defendants was arrested just 4 days ago when he landed in the United States on a flight from Jordan. The charges we're announcing today also include a fraud scheme targeting a program meant to educate our children. And I can't overemphasize that these are not victimless crimes. Every fraud case prevents bread from going to the table of a needy family, or health care from going to the elderly, or a child from receiving the education that they deserve. On July 15th, Chakessa Scott, her husband, and her daughter were indicted in the Middle District of Louisiana. As alleged, Scott was the CEO of Impact Charter School in Baker, Louisiana, which received state and federal funds. According to the allegations, instead of using those funds to benefit Impact Charter's students, Scott and her co-conspirators diverted over $1.5 million for their personal use, such as paying family members for fraudulent contracting invoices and purchasing luxury vehicles. Consistent with the charges in the indictment, a public investigative audit found that Scott used money to pay for a trip to Egypt and to buy a Land Rover, things that the average United States citizen would never be able to dream of affording. And yet you all paid for it. You all paid for that Land Rover. And now we're endeavoring to claw it back, to win it back for the American taxpayer. Fitting today's theme of federal-state partnerships, this case is a product of an investigative partnership between the U.S. Secret Service and the Louisiana Legislative Auditor, Mike Wagspack, who joins us here today. Thank you, Mike, for your hard work and partnership with us as we endeavor to root out fraud across our country. My message, in conclusion, to state partners here and across the country is this: the Fraud Division and our U.S. Attorney's offices are ready to help you scale your efforts, strengthen your cases, and deliver results for the taxpayers of America. Your partnership with us is the antidote to the fraud epidemic facing our nation. And my message to the fraudsters is this: our team is getting bigger, our resolve is getting stronger, and your time is getting shorter. Thank you all for attending the Southeast Federal State Fraud Partnership Conference. And now I'll turn the podium over to our gracious host, Governor McMaster.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, General McDonald. I'm happy to be here as well, and want to welcome everyone to South Carolina. It is hot outside. Sometimes it gets hotter. If you want to take a stroll now before it gets hotter, please go ahead. But this is a beautiful building. We started using this. It was opened up at the efforts of U.S. Senator Fritz Hollings years ago, as well as Senator Thurman and others, and it is gorgeous. And Senator Hollings said at the time right here, said this is the most beautiful new federal building that he had ever seen, and he was in the Senate for 34 years. But this is music to my ears, General, to hear that the President and the Attorney General, Acting Attorney General, and all involved have determined to make this a national effort based on a partnership. Now, the important part is not that the crime exists, not that it's outrageous, not that it should not be there, but that you have decided to use a partnership, a federal-state partnership. Why do I say that? We did the same thing under the direction of Ronald Reagan back in the early 1980s. His message to us at that time, I was a new U.S. attorney, was to go find those bringing the drugs into the country. And so we set out here to do just that. And what did we do? We put together a partnership. We put together a team. It was the State Law Enforcement Division and the local authorities, and the FBI, DEA, Customs Patrol, ATF, the Criminal Investigative Division of the Internal Revenue Service, and I said the mighty State Law Enforcement Division. It was a full team. They operated out of the same office. They had the authority to work under the supervision of the U.S. Attorney, which made it easy. And it was a statewide effort. And they used a different method. Besides having a partnership with equal members on the team, they used the financial method, the one that got Al Capone. He was indicted and convicted, I believe, on tax evasion, not his other criminal enterprises. Well, we followed the money, and we followed through mortgages, the lack of mortgages on expensive property being bought in resort areas, on people without any money that were going in and buying brand new Mercedeses and things like that with cash money pulled out of a brown paper bag out of the trunk of their old car, those kind of things. There was enormous money. But ladies and gentlemen, because of the partnership, because of the exchange of information, a bit of information that one agent that meant nothing to him but might have meant something to her, we were able to put together that team. We indicted, I believe, as 133 people that brought in billions of dollars worth of drugs. None of them had any criminal record before, and we indicted them and convicted, after several years, every single one of them. I think it was 133. So that operation works. The name of that was Operation Jackpot. What has happened here is this is a larger operation. This is a nationwide operation that's going to be pushed by the Department of Justice. That will give it the power and the sustainability to get this done. And I want to congratulate all those involved. This was needed. There's a lot of money being wasted that could be spent very well on very needy things, very justified, very essential programs and people. And this is good news for this state. This is good news for this region. This is good news for the United States. And I congratulate everyone involved, and I wish you great success. Anything we can do in South Carolina to help, we will do. And thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll trade with you.
Okay.
I'm Alan Wilson, the Attorney General for the great state of South Carolina, and I want to echo what General McDonald and Governor McMaster just talked about. First, let me say this. This was an incredibly good day for us to learn what half a dozen states and multiple local and state and federal agencies are doing to combat fraud in this region of the country. When you think about fraud, think about it like this. The bad guys, those out there committing these conspiracies, they are not just depriving needy families from getting essential government services like food or even health care from getting them. Their fraud is an invisible tax in the terms of billions of dollars nationally on taxpayers around the country. When we don't work together, they are able to get away with it. These fraudsters, these con artists, they work together in schemes and scams. They are cooperating, they're collaborating, they are communicating, they are not acting in silos. And they are doing this to perpetrate this type of fraud on the American people and the people of South Carolina. Why should we do anything differently when we combat these schemes and these scams? We need to be collaborating. We need to be communicating. We need to be cooperating with one another. That is the only way we're going to be able to go after this type of fraud that's being perpetrated around the country. One such case, and I'll be very brief in it, and he'll probably talk a little bit about this in a minute, is that last year there was a border war case where the Attorney General of North Carolina and myself, General Jackson's here, we had U.S. attorneys, the FBI, we had local law enforcement, state law enforcement agencies working together to uncover the largest Medicaid scam up to $20 million in South Carolina history. Okay? This had been going on for about 4 to 5 years. All of these agencies had to cross multiple lines and barriers. We had to cross geographic lines to overcome the impediments to go after this scam. It's North and South Carolina, geographic lines. We had to cross jurisdictional lines. That's local, state, and federal jurisdictions. We had to cross political lines. I'm an elected Republican. My colleague to the north of me is an elected Democrat. None of that mattered. These lines, these artificial lines, should not be barriers to us going after fraud. Our cooperative working relationship allowed us to partner together to uncover $20 million in fraud committed against the South Carolina citizens and a significant amount of money committed against North Carolina residents. There's half a dozen states and a multitude of government agencies here that are going to do the same thing to go after those out there committing fraud on the people of this country. We're coming for you. We're going to find you. We're going to stop you, deter you, and we're going to put you in prison. Again, thank you, General McDonald, for allowing us to have this opportunity to come together and work to protect our citizenry. I'll be followed by United States Attorney Brian Sterling for the District of South Carolina.
Thank you, General, Governor. General, thank you very much. I want to thank President Trump, Vice President Vance, and the DOJ for bringing us together today, the Southeast, U.S. attorneys, constitutional officers, law enforcement, and everybody that can bring to bear a lot of resources on fraud that is happening across our country. I'm proud to stand alongside these leaders. U.S. Attorney's Office demonstrates a strong commitment to protecting our tax dollars. It's your money that you pay. It comes out of your paycheck. You pay in property taxes. You pay every other time. That is your money that these people are stealing. South Carolina, we're home to a claims processing center. Just a little bit of collaboration. Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here. A lot of local reporters know that. We met with them. We reached out to them, and we said, we want to work with you. And they came to the table and said, we process all the claims for the VA, and there's another group that processes all the claims for TRICARE. So any fraud that is happening across the country, those cases can be brought in South Carolina. We have our first one getting ready to be brought. That was just from a simple meeting. The Governor McMaster likes to say, and I know General Wilson likes to say, we all know each other here in South Carolina. I think it's like that across the Southeast. It was one simple phone call. They showed up. Within a month, we had a case, and we're going to move forward with that case. I want to just take a moment to say that fraud is not just perpetrated against taxpayers. Fraud can also be perpetrated against families. A lot of y'all know the story of Gavin Guffey. Gavin's Law, 17-year-old from Rock Hill. He lost his life to suicide by being targeted by a sextortion fraud scam of Nigerian fraudsters. They posed as females. They were charged in a 5-count indictment, charging child exploitation resulting in death, stalking, threats, coercion, and production of child sexual abuse material. Unfortunately, Gavin took his own life. This is a week where that family should be celebrating his birth, his 22 years on this earth. Unfortunately, they are celebrating the fourth anniversary of his death. We brought charges on those cases, and we hope soon to bring it to trial. Soon we'll be doing that. The other case, and I want to thank the FBI for this, is Herb Kimball. Herb Kimball was a fraudster in a matter called Brace Yourself. He was selling braces across the country. It was a $500 million scheme that he brought. FBI put out a top 10 list, and he was returned to the Philippines. A lot of local reporters here covered that, returned from the Philippines to face justice. He was already found and pled guilty. He just took off before sentencing happened. We're looking forward to that sentencing pretty soon. Now I'm going to give it to U.S. Attorney from the Northern District of Alabama, Philip Williams.
Thank you, General McDonald, and Governor, thank you very much. My name is Phil Williams. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama. I'm joined here today by 2 other U.S. attorneys from our state. And I will tell you that in Alabama, we are committed to the work to combat fraud. And when I say that, I don't take it lightly. We have a SAR task force, Suspicious Activity Reports task force in my district. We meet on a regular basis with our federal partners, and we have great relationships with our state partners as well. That being said, I want to highlight one particular case for you that clearly evidences the fact that there are people out there who will not only take advantage of a moment, but they will do it time and time and time again. Just this week, my office in the Northern District of Alabama unsealed a complaint against a man by the name of Michael Anthony Shine. Michael Anthony Shine had a company called Shine's Professional Services, largely a tax preparation service. There was a tax credit that was available to people that had been around for 20 years. It was a green energy credit. If you establish some green energy production in your house, if you put some solar panels in or a geothermal heat pump, which I'd never heard of to this case, you could get a credit back for that, up to 30% of the value. Under the last administration, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act expanded that particular credit grossly and in such an exaggerated way that people began to see it as a cash cow, Michael Anthony Shine being no different. The allegations against Shine indicate that over the period of 5 years almost, he and his employees at Shine's Professional Services filed upwards of 8,000 tax returns fraudulently claiming these credits for residential homes. And when I say claim these credits, we're talking about lying on a tax return that something had been done to the tune of $120,000 or more that had not been done at all. The IRS has paid out upwards of $65 million in returns, $65 million in refunds on those returns. That's a staggering number when you think about it. That's also not only a staggering number, but it's also staggering when you consider that those credits came year after year after year, and then therefore they also affect our state because it impacted state revenue collection. I want to thank the Criminal Investigations Office at the Internal Revenue Service for working with our office on this. Like I said, Michael Anthony Shine was taken into custody this week when his complaint was unsealed. The IRS believes that of that $65 million attributed to the returns that had these fraudulent credits attached to it, that the vast majority of that will wind up being fraudulent refunds. That being said, we are committed in our state to continue doing what it takes. We'll hunt it down, whether it be PPP fraud or other CARES Act frauds, or wouldn't it be something to do with SNAP or with EBT. But in this case, we found somebody who was actually assisting people, up to 8,000 of them, to put together fraudulent tax returns to literally debilitate the ability of the United States government to do the work of essential services on behalf of the citizens who were actually due a refund, not those who fraudulently filed. So the Northern District of Alabama will continue this fight. It's a fight worth having. And I appreciate the fact that we have a task force effort dedicated to doing so. Thank you. I'll be followed today by the USA for Southern District of Georgia, Meg Heap. Meg.
Good afternoon, Governor. It's a pleasure to be in this beautiful state. And in general, thank you for letting me. It's an honor to be a part of this task force. My name is Meg Heap, and I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Georgia, Savannah. And like so many other districts, we remain steadfast in our commitment to investigating and prosecuting complex crimes. Now, when most people hear the word fraud, they think of financial records, bank accounts, dollars lost. As a career prosecutor, we certainly follow the money, but what keeps us focused on the work is the people behind the numbers. Every fraud case represents a victim. It may be a family wondering why affordable housing projects have been stalled. It may be a taxpayer whose hard-earned money was diverted from the intended purpose. It may be the honest public servant whose reputation has been unfairly tarnished by the actions of one individual. And I think it's important to remember that fraud is not a victimless crime. It erodes it erodes trust, it damages institutions, undermines confidence in the systems that are supposed to serve our community where we live and where we raise our children. The case in the Southern District of Georgia is the United States versus Melanie Thompson and Toriano Bird. It's a great example of how the actions of a few can impact many. As the former executive director of the Hinesville Housing Authority, which is in Liberty County, Georgia, Thompson is alleged to have orchestrated a many years-long scheme involving fraudulent invoices, unauthorized payments, kickbacks, and fraudulent COVID-era loan applications, resulting in the alleged theft of more than $2.5 million, which was intended to serve the lowest income residents of of Liberty County, and also including not only those that were low income, our elderly, and also our disabled children and adults. The funds which were intended to assist those in housing it's alleged, went to personal homes. It went to jewelry, vacations, and cars, 2 of them being Bentleys. No single agency can investigate complex financial crimes alone. Our success depends on the partnerships. In the investigation, we worked alongside the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which was their Office of Inspector General, the United States Secret Service, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, along with our state and local law enforcement partners. Each agency brought unique expertise, investigative tools, and resources that strengthened the pursuit of justice in this case. The partnerships that we create and that we have here today are our greatest assets. Fraud schemes often cross jurisdictional boundaries. The fraudsters are not going to stop in Savannah, Georgia. They're going to cross to South Carolina. They're going to go down to Florida. They're going to go to North Carolina. Their intent is to take as much as they can from whoever they can, regardless of who it is, whether it harms them or not. And by working together, when we share intelligence and we coordinate investigations, we identify the misconduct, we build a strong case, and even more, we can protect the public. As U.S. Attorney, my commitment is straightforward. We will continue to pursue those who commit fraud, regardless of their title and regardless of their position. We will continue to work hand in hand with our federal, state, and local law enforcement. We will continue to strive to protect the public's money and the public's trust. Because at the end of the day, justice is not just about recovering money. It's about restoring confidence that our institutions operate with integrity, that public resources should be protected, and that no one is above the law. Thank you very much. And following me is the U.S. Attorney of Greg Kehoe, from the Middle District of Florida. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Meg. Governor, General, thank you very much for bringing us all together. This is a tremendous effort on a nationwide basis with state and local law enforcement, with the support of governors like you, Governor, to attack and disrupt these criminal organizations. And that's what we're here today, to talk about the pervasive nature of fraud across all different lines. I'm here with my colleagues from the Southern District of Florida and the Middle District of Florida, the Southern District of Florida and the Northern District of Florida, to put our coordinated efforts together along with the statewide prosecutor in Florida to attack this ever-burgeoning issue that is harming and undercutting the foundations of this country. The one case I want to talk to you about, and this will come as no surprise to you, Governor, that criminals don't pay taxes. Well. as a surprise. And we have an individual that we prosecuted that's from May of 2026 by the name of Daniel Liberty. Daniel Liberty had failed to accurately report his income taxes for 2021, 2022, and 2023. And for those 3 years alone, Mr. Liberty failed to pay $34 million in taxes. Mr. Liberty has pleaded guilty to pay restitution to the United States in the amount of $34,846,381. He also agreed to pay his debt to the United States and to satisfy obligations by selling luxury properties he owns in Miami Beach, which is valued at approximately $39 million. I have some photographs that are up. We'll give you an idea of some of the properties that, I can't really see them from here, but some of the properties that Mr. Liberty had. But he has agreed, as part of his plea agreement, to civil and administrative forfeitures of an additional assets of $39 million that were involved in questionable bank fraud activities that his business was engaged in over a period of time. The assets that Liberty has agreed to turn over to the United States include $414,508 from bank accounts in the original scheme. 3 luxury vehicles, including a Land Rover, a Ferrari 812, a Ferrari F8, valued collectively at approximately $1.2 million. He also agreed to forfeit 3 properties, including one in the U.S. Virgin Islands, 2 in Miami Beach, with a combined estimated value of $37,500,000. This is all since May of 2026. The total recovery to the United States to pay out to victims and to recoup tax losses is in excess of $73 million. I trust that some of the photographs, if they're coming up here, will show you the various vehicles and properties that have been seized from Mr. Liberty and now in the custody of the United States. I want to thank thank the efforts that you put together, General, and governors like you with this support, along with the work of the IRS. This is that we engage in fraud, but the fraud goes across lines. This was investigated thoroughly by the Internal Revenue Service, CID, as well as the Department of Homeland Security. And I will give you my word, along with all my colleagues here, that we will continue this fight. We will continue this relentless fight to pursue and bring back to the people of the United States money that was unjustly taken from them and money that's justly owed to the people of the United States. And I thank you for those moments. And if I can just turn this on to the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Louisiana, Zach Keller. Zach?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zach Keller. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Louisiana, and I want to start by thanking the Governor for having us, thanking General McDonald for convening this. I also want to recognize Eastern District of Louisiana U.S. Attorney David Corsell, who's with us, as well as the phenomenal leadership of Kurt Wall, who's the U.S. Attorney in the Middle District, whose work that you've already heard from General McDonald. I'm here to talk about 5 guilty pleas that happened at the end of last month in a sophisticated fraud case in rural Louisiana. And I'm here to talk about it because, number one, it shows the type of work that we're able to do working with our state partners, our federal partners. And number two, it shows you the type of frauds that happen in rural places, even in places like Oakdale, Louisiana, which is where this case occurred, which is a small rural town in South Louisiana. For nearly a decade, from 2015 until it was stopped by this administration last year, a business owner in rural Louisiana named Lala Patel paid 3 small-town police chiefs and 1 town marshal, Chad Doyle, Michael Slaney, Glenn Dixon, and Tebow Anisha, to perpetrate a massive fraud scheme to allow illegal aliens to remain in the country. To do it, Patel paid his law enforcement co-conspirators to write fake police reports, alleging that violent crimes happened to the victims in the case when there were no victims, when there was no crime. And they did this in order for those people to get visas that are allowed for violent crime victims in this country. And Patel would pay the officials $5,000 for each name, each bogus name they included on these police reports. And Patel used these reports to exploit an America visa program. These visas that allow these violent crime victims to stay here so that we in our communities can prosecute violent criminals. In corrupting that righteous cause, illegal aliens would contact Patel in rural Louisiana, out in the middle of nowhere, and pay him for fake police reports for one of these visas that would let them stay here in this country illegally. And Patel would then pay his law enforcement co-conspirators to generate these reports and lie about it in order for these visas to get issued to people who had no right to be here. And they didn't just do this once or twice, these conspirators. They did it hundreds of times, making millions of dollars, hundreds of false police reports listing these people, each one lining Patel and his co-conspirators' pockets, but cheapening what it meant for the real victims of violent crime in this country who are able to take advantage of this program so that we in our communities can be safe and so that violent criminals can be held to account. The defendants generated so many fake police reports about violent crime that the small town of Oakdale, Louisiana, popped up on a national database as one of the most dangerous towns in the country. According to this database, people were getting robbed all the time. A ridiculous stat that reflected not real violent crime, but instead the millions of dollars that Patel and his co-conspirators raked in, perpetrating this scheme for a decade before it was put to an end last year. All 5 of these defendants pled guilty last month and are now facing prison time. And this visa program, which exists to help prosecute violent crimes, is a core mission of our U.S. Attorney's Office in the work we do. We're trying to prosecute violent criminals to get them off our streets, out of our communities. And I know it's a mission of Governor Landry and Attorney General Murrell as well to do that work. But it's equally a mission for our office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, as well as their offices, the Attorney General's Office, and all of our state partners to dismantle, to investigate, to prosecute frauds like this. And the reason for that is simple, because these frauds are poison that kills these programs. That we talk about these programs and you hear about them and you think, well, that's a great thing for the community. But the fact is that the frauds we're talking about here kill them. They make them so that no one wants to do them anymore. So this case reflects that shared and coordinated commitment we have in Louisiana to stop this. particularly in rural Louisiana, to dismantle these schemes and to undermine the programs that keep our communities safe and that protect our vulnerable citizens. So with that, I'm going to pass it to the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Mississippi, Scott Leary.
Thank you. Scott Leary, Northern District of Mississippi. I'm here with my colleague Baxter Kruger from the Southern District. Mr. Sterling, I didn't plan on talking about this, but we're seeking to extradite a man from Nigeria who was also involved in sextortion. And it also resulted in a young man committing suicide. And that is an abomination. And the people of this country have got to know that our kids are getting placed at risk with what's happening internationally and domestically within our country. It appalls me. We also heard the word epidemic earlier, and so I'm sitting here in the Northern District of Mississippi. So let's look at PPP fraud. That's just one instance. We've got $2.3 billion in PPP loans that took place in the Northern District of Mississippi. Over $1 billion was fraud. Now think about that. $1 billion in fraud in one of the smaller districts represented here. That number just exacerbates itself as you move across this country. And we are blessed to be able to work with our State Attorney General in putting together a task force because, frankly, we are overwhelmed with this reality. And we need assets. And the most wonderful thing that I'm a career prosecutor. I've been a Fed for decades. And I sit in a meeting and I hear our administration say, pin your ears back and go get them. And that is so refreshing. So that's what we're trying to do. And it's amazing how small cases can lead to larger cases. We had one, Lakeith Faulkner. He was actually an SBA employee. SBA is charged with administering PPP, and this guy was manipulating the system and approving loans. And the investigation resulted in 12 convictions, $11 million in fraud recoveries, and it just goes to show what can happen when state and federal investigators and prosecutors can put their heads together and work together. That's what we'd like to do in Mississippi. And next, USA Eastern District of North Carolina, Mr. Boyle.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, General. I'm Ellis Boyle from the Eastern District of North Carolina. I was recently a private citizen before I came to be a prosecutor, and I've sat in the round table this morning and I've seen what's happening in our district and working with my great partners, Dan Bishop in the Middle District and Russ Ferguson in the Western District, and it is absolutely infuriating to see this money getting stolen out of our pockets as taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer, you're a taxpayer. It's going to these fraudsters. We're doing something about it. We're working with our state and local partners, all of our federal ABC alphabet soup. They're doing a great job. I'm here to tell you about a case we had in the Eastern District of North Carolina with a criminal named Nejli Mitchell, who was engaged in tax fraud. We worked together with the fraud division and the IRS criminal investigators to find that she had 6 employees taking advantage of a COVID tax break for self-employed people. We found 420 instances of her and her colleagues putting in for this tax break for self-employed individuals. They didn't deserve it, they didn't earn it, but they got it. They tried to steal over $25 million of federal taxpayer dollars. They got almost 14 million, and we got her convicted at the end of June. She received $754,000 herself for preparing these tax forms, and she's going to be spending time in prison, and we are going to continue to go after these people. I'm very encouraged to hear my colleagues and partners here talking about what they're doing. Rest assured that we're doing it in North Carolina too. Thank you. Next up is the Attorney General from North Carolina, Jeff Jackson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is what a united front looks like. We all know there's a lot of division in the country right now, but we agree on this. The acceptable level of fraud is 0. And as these fraudsters become more sophisticated, so too must the offense that we run. And that's what we're here doing today, is talking about how we can step up our enforcement efforts to do what every single person in our respective states want us to do, which is protect their tax money from criminals who are after it. Medicaid provider investigation fraud is one of the key ways that we have cross-jurisdictional effort in our state. We work very closely with all 3 of our U.S. attorneys. U.S. Attorney Dan Bishop is here. His office and mine had a $1.7 million case 10 days ago. Ellis Boyle, you just heard from him, a $12 million case recently this year. And Attorney General Wilson, a major case for South Carolina and North Carolina, over $20 million. This is what working across jurisdictions, working together looks like. This is what it can do for the people. And for anybody out there who is thinking about breaking the law to make a quick buck, understand, we are united and we are using new tools to come and make sure you can't do that. So think twice. And I will be followed by our closer, Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Fitch.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, General McDonald. Thank you so very much for us all being here today. I am Lynn Fitch. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Mississippi. And it's been said hundreds of billions of dollars have been lost that belong to the taxpayers. This fraud happens every year, and we see that. Every dollar that a fraudster is pocketing goes to their benefit, not to the taxpayers, not to those who need it, and it's meant to serve. You know, President Trump called on all of us to take action, to step up our efforts to protect those who deserve those dollars, and to go after the fraudsters. You know, we're here today, and you can see that we are demonstrating that we are working together as a unified front, federal and state officials on the same page. We are working across agency lines and state lines. We are united as we fight fraud. And it's partnerships like this that bring everything to the table in this effort. And it's in the spirit that I'm proud to announce that Mississippi is standing up the Joint Task Force Vigilance with the support of the U.S. Department of Justice, my office, along with U.S. Attorney Baxter Kruger, U.S. Attorney Scott Leary, and the FBI agent in charge, Robert Eichhoff. So we are surging our resources, putting our personnel together. We're going to use every tool at our disposal to go after and recover those fraud dollars and recover from those fraudsters. We'll be bringing on experienced and qualified prosecutors and seasoned law enforcement officers dedicated to making Mississippi safe, protecting Mississippi taxpayers, and restoring law and order. The Joint Task Force Vigilance gives us statewide reach. It enhances the coordination, and it gives us access to all the resources across our respective offices. Together we'll bring the full authority of our offices to go after those individuals that are con artists, that are grifters, that are fraudsters, and they're the scammers. They will be held accountable in the state of Mississippi through the unified work of our Joint Task Force Vigilance. We appreciate the support of President Trump and the administration, and we are Excited to stand up the first of this kind of task force in the state of Mississippi. Thank you again, General McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, General Fitch. We'll take a couple questions at this time. Yes, it's a great question, that being the tools that we're bringing to bear in these new relationships. So the primary tool that I would say relates to data that is owned in many instances by state agencies. And so we reached this morning 10 different memorandum of understandings with our state partners to be able to provide data to our fraud prosecutors across the country so that we can illuminate the pathways to fraud. If we follow the data doesn't lie. And where we follow the data, where we have access to the data, those silos are broken down and the fraudsters are brought into the light. And by virtue of these partnerships, then we're able to scale the prosecutions that we can bring by virtue of following the data. And then I would also say just the shared emphasis that this room is demonstrating with great energy towards solving this problem is the other benefit to the American people, to know that the entire state and federal apparatus is coming together to say, we're going to solve this together. We're not going to try to solve it apart because we won't be able to. We're going to come together to solve this because the American people demand it of us, and we're going to do our best to meet our obligations. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Brayden Rice from the Daily Caller. How did this fraud go unnoticed before? Well, why did it take until now to discover all of this?
So the question is, why did it take until now to discover this? Our fraud prosecutors and fraud agents across the country have long been toiling with this problem and endeavoring to solve it. The moment right now, we have leadership in place who have decided to make this a priority, to give the tools to the agents that have been laboring in this field, to give the tools to the prosecutors to make sure that we can scale our efforts and actually build a fraud team that's commensurate to the fraud problem. So instead of little bites at the problem, we are endeavoring to solve the entire problem by putting an emphasis on it, by putting our money where our mouth is, by resourcing this fight, and by developing these partnerships like we had this morning with a roundtable with over 40 state and federal partners to ensure that we're bringing everything we can to bear on the fight against fraud. One final question. This will make it exceptionally easier. We have for long relied on hero agents and hero prosecutors and hero state agents and hero task force officers to do this work across the country. What we're doing now is we're building a program underneath those hero agents and those hero prosecutors to make sure that they have the data tools, the AI analytical tools, and all of those resources to support their work. The good news is we still have those hero agents, those hero prosecutors doing this work. We now have the ability to quarterback those efforts by virtue of the National Fraud Enforcement Division being created at the direction of President Trump. We now have that ability to quarterback the field of fraud, to have the full field in view so that we can know where we need resources, where is the data missing, and how can we plug those gaps, both with respect to data fundamentals being in place and the partnerships that are really important to bring to bear. Thank you all.
Which way do we go?
Thanks.
Thank you. Just have everyone stand here for a picture with General McDonald. And then
Woo-wee! Man. Yeah, but you know what? What I know is that this kind of fraud has been happening since the 90s that I know of. I'm sure it's happening before then. But for decades, it's been happening, and, it was being investigated, it was being handled, and all of a sudden, it just stopped being handled. And seems like Democrats just love to block investigations and allow for fraudsters to get in and take advantage of the American gullible, people. It's hard to say it, but there's a lot of gullible people out there. Now, I will say this, that there is a lot of infiltrations in our government. And yes, I mentioned 9/11 because it is true. Since 9/11, we've been hit by terrorists before. But once they crossed the line with the Twin Towers in 9/11, terrorists, our enemies, realized that you don't fuck around with the United States of America. Even George Bush went all hellfire on these guys, and they learned their lesson. And then after that, you got Osama bin Laden. Barack Obama became president, attacked some of the enemies from the terrorist proxies of Iran, etc., and then gave them some money. But he was, he was fighting the enemy. Whose enemy, we don't know. But yeah, he took credit for Saddam Hussein, who never had weapons of mass destruction. Let that one sink in. Let that one sink in for a moment. And I do know that after they have seen the error of attacking the United States of America, well, what is the next tool that we can find out? September 11 happened in 2001. 25 years later, what do you see? Somebody tell me on the chat before I finish, because we're about to finish. Somebody tell me on the chat, after 25 years after 9/11, what have you noticed happening in the world today? This is your moment to shine. This is your moment to shine. Put it on the chat. Yeah, and you know what? Since you said Trump lost the election, I'll play one more clip. I'll play one more video. I'll play one more video. This is Democrats get confronted with facts about the 2020 election. Just because you mentioned Trump. This is what happens when you guys mention Trump. I like to give you some more information. Let's take a listen. What's going on here?
Is it not true that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
They did.
Senator, it is true that the 2020 election resulted in the certification of Joe Biden as president. But if you will allow me, since you want to bring up 2020,
yeah,
3,930 double scan ballots in Fulton County. 39,000 residents of Fulton County who had filed a national change of address form with the U.S. Post Office voted in that election. We know that 84% of those 39,000, either by their own admission or the filing of a new voter registration, were likely ineligible to vote in that election. We know that 315,000 ballot tapes were not certified and maintained a chain of custody as they were supposed to. And we know that there are thousands of missing ballot images from the 2020 election. The data also shows us that it appears that those 3,930 double scan ballots was done intentionally. Now, I have told the story in this well of Gabriel Sterling before, but I'll tell it again. Because Gabriel Sterling purchased his home in 2018 from an individual who then moved out of the state of Georgia. Gabriel Sterling, as you know, Senator, was the chief operating officer for the Secretary of State in Georgia. Gabriel Sterling was shocked to receive a piece of mail from Fairfight telling him to return his ballot, that Gabriel Sterling received a piece of mail addressed to the individual who had sold him the home, who was living out of state, from Fairfight. And Fairfight was reminding that individual who lived out of state to return their ballot because it was requested by the mail. Sterling then does a little investigation of his own and discovers this individual who had moved out of state voted in the 2020 presidential election illegally. That vote was counted. It was rescanned and counted again in a recount, and it was counted in the hand count, Senator. So I would tell you, due to the shenanigans of 2020, I don't believe that we can say we know who the rightful winner was. We do, of course, know that Joe Biden was certified, but I do not believe that we know, due to the small margin of error, who the actual winner was.
There you go. Remember, you wanted this. You brought it up. I just played it for you. No big deal. Hey, listen, I let it go. I know Democrats cheated. I know the corrupted government got in office, blah, blah, blah. The fact is, Democrats weaponize the government against President Trump. They have been trying to put President Trump in jail for 10 years, and they keep failing miserably. President Trump was acquitted of everything. Libtards, however, with all this Russia collusion, with treasonous actions, somehow by putting Biden in power, managed to get away with treason. Let that sink in for a second. I think we need to have real Americans in office. Get all of Congress, senators, every single government official that we can have. Make sure that they stand for America first and that they will punish the traitors of this country. There should be no shifty shift. There should be no Nancy Pelosi. There should be no Pocahontas. There should be no Chuck Schumer. There should be no Dalabama. There should be none of these morons on the Democratic Party right now. None of them should be walking free on the street right now. As a matter of fact, the price for treason is death. That tells you everything you need to know. And I agree, President Trump should weaponize the government because nobody is above the law. It is these so-called clean Democrat corrupted politicians get audited, get investigated, so be it. If they got nothing to hide, they got nothing to cry murder for. You know what I'm saying? Man, I love common sense. Common sense is not so common amongst the libtards, but we know exactly what's going on in our country. With that being said, guys, I got a call from the lady, from the Mrs. Herrera, and, well, I got to go get her. I got to take her to a place. Anyway, with that being said, hey, I hope that you liked today's show. We had some great callers. We had some great arguments. I still don't have any libtards with common sense that come into my channel. But I want to say thanks to all of you who are involved. Thanks for the patrons that keep growing and adding to the list, who help me fight against these criminals, who help me fight against people that lie about us, against illegal immigrants, and about those fake-ass Americans, those anchor babies, those who have become Americans just to harm the United States of America. They should have their visas, their green cards, their citizenships revoked. Let's fight the childbirth citizenship one more time. Let's get the right people in office. Make your vote count. Remember, any politician that does not put American citizens first, don't vote for them. Don't vote for them. You know what I'm saying? You got to be smarter than that. You got to be smarter than them. Common sense. Common sense. Remember that. Till next time, hey, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. Let's go.